Wrong button. Woo! We're not going to producer view yet. Hi. How's it going, kids? Oh! How we doing? What's up, Super, our wonderful moderator? Mr. McKay, Mr. Ian McKay, what's up? How's it going? Zero EZ, welcome on in. Or Zero is. Young cholesterol, goodness gracious. What's up? How's it going? How we doing, everybody? I'm doing very, very well. It is an interesting day here in the New York City. Coming at you from a 12-hour shift. Oh, delightful. That sounds like a great time. I'm gearing up for, not a 12-hour shift, but I will be talking for the next 7 hours uninterrupted over on YouTube. Jonathan, how's it going?
Young Cholesterol 14 wants feedback on their song.
Excellent, yes. Today is Feedback Monday, so you are right on it, Mr. Cholesterol, or Miss Cholesterol, or MX Cholesterol. Gabe Stack, and how's it going? Yeah, so that link there takes you to our feedback portal. Should be pretty self-explanatory. Let me know if you have any issues, but that just, fill the little thing out, and you can keep the main page open to watch the queue in real time. But you will obviously be up first, Young Cholesterol. So, but no, things are very interesting around here today. I'm sure many of you have seen, because it's national news every time this happens. There's a storm here in New York. We've gotten like 18 inches of snow overnight. That's about 45 centimeters for my European friends. And it's very windy and chilly, and it's kind of crazy. I'm originally from Colorado, the mountains of Colorado, so it's kind of no big deal to me. I'm like, I don't, it's some snow, but of course, the entire tri-state area completely loses its mind anytime we get more than a few inches of snow. So everything is shut down. There have been multiple power outages in and around my area, as well as internet outages. So we're kind of YOLOing it, and if I suddenly disappear, that's probably what happened. But we're just, we're going to jam, we're going to groove. Yes, Gabe. So, yes, SoundCloud link is how we do feedback for a bunch of different reasons. Mainly it just works really, really well on our end, with, oh no, in an ad. I hate it when that happens. Well, we'll answer that in just a second. But yeah, we use SoundCloud for a wide variety of reasons. Just kind of streamlines everything, makes everything quite a bit easier. So yeah, but anyways, yeah, so we're snowed in. My husband and I, and my husband's good friend Ashley, who's very, very cool, is here staying with us. So we spent all day yesterday just being mellow. Oh, thank you very much. Yes, it's a good time in here. I lovingly refer to it as my spaceship. Over on the YouTube side, Carla, Sab, Miller, how's it going, guys? Good to see you. Yeah, no, it's a good time in here. This is my music spaceship, and I get to sit in here all day, every day. This is my full-time job. Not necessarily streaming, although I do that a lot now too. But
Ian _ Mackay wants feedback on their song.
Yes, jump on into Q. Kirby, how's it going? It's good to see you. Oh yeah, so you can control the LEDs to a certain extent through channel points. You can make them do all kinds of fun things. How's it going, out of sight? Good to see you, buddy. Welcome indeed. It is shaping up to be an excellent Feedback Monday. I think we are out of ads now. So I will say, who was it that was asking? Gabe. Yeah, we've used...
Kirby Slice wants feedback on their song.
Excellent. Welcome back, Gabe. Breakbase, how's it going? Oh my goodness, we're getting the whole gang in here today. I love it. Yeah, Gabe, we just do SoundCloud links for feedback. It just kind of, there's like a ton of reasons, but it just generally speaking, it's just kind of the easiest way to go about it. So you can just throw your MP3 up on SoundCloud real quick. It's free to make an account. You can, if you are worried about other people hearing the track, you can do it. You can set the link as private. It will still work for us. you look and sound like my school's band and piano teacher. I mean, you know. Evergreen, how's it going? Good to see you, friend. We've got the deer in the house. Oh, man, we are stacked up. Yeah, so there's also new features for you guys to enjoy. That page that you go to, feedback.anathanscott.com, you can watch the queue in real time. Yeah, that should work pretty well for you guys. But we've got 5 people in queue already, so we will go ahead and get started here in just a second. But thank you all very much for tuning in. Blanken, how's it going? Good to see you, friend. My beanie is from Nordstrom. I think it's All Saints Merino blend. It's very comfortable. I've had it for quite a while. It's very, very fancy. It was much more expensive than it probably should have been, but it rocks. I like it. Anyways, all right. Let's jump into listening to some music. I will say that quick announcement. If anybody is interested after feedback stream today, we're probably going to go for, 4-ish hours. But I am doing an interview over on Lost State Recording, which is a fantastic YouTube. Trey is a good friend of the channel and a good friend of the stream. Also a streamer and has an excellent YouTube channel all about industry stuff, recording stuff. So I'm going to be going over and chatting with those guys this evening, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific, U.S. time. What's your favorite genre? No such thing. I like many, many, many different things. I mean, just kind of general electronica is probably my favorite. So think like anything from kind of like old school 90s stuff, anything from Dilla to Portishead to Massive Attack to Square Pusher, Aphex Twin. That's kind of my home base, but you could name any genre imaginable and I can probably give you at least 3 or 5 artists that I absolutely love. So, yeah, sorry. I don't have a good, clean answer to that question. Anyways, all right, let's get started on some feedback here, with Young Cholesterol. We got level 4 producer, very good, working in FL, looking for feedback on, Tim over on YouTube. Thank you for the subscribe, my friend. Looking for feedback on mixing, mastering, arrangement. I make meme rap, but here's a beat I just made. Okay. Very cool. Let's check out what you got going on. Sick. It's high fidelity vaporware. This is fucking great, man. I love it. super, super cool, super vibey, very like late 80s, early 90s, classic hip hop vibes. Yeah, it's really, really nice. I think the arrangement overall is pretty solid. I think you could get away, like if you were to have a rapper over this, I think it would be great. I think it would be pretty much everything it needs to be. I would arguably just maybe throw a section in the middle where the drums drop out completely. But like I think vocals on this would do a lot. It's a little bit repetitive, but I don't even want to say that because it's kind of, it's like I can tell that this is meant to have a vocal over it. And so a vocal would do a lot to just kind of have it be a vibe in the background. Sax solo would be very cool. Yeah, absolutely. But like overall, like the mix sounds really quite nice. The main thing that I'm missing, and I will pull something up here so we can hear that in situ, is just more low end. I think the balance of everything is really good. Your changes also are super nice. You've got, essentially like E flat minor, B flat minor, which is super classic. They're like great R&B voicings. I hear some nice chord extensions on those. So great job with that. I was kind of noodling a solo, and like it was just piano, which could be cool, or like just a nice lead. That kind of shit could be cool in there, just like as a texture. But I do feel like, hang on, where are we at here? I do feel like just a little bit more low end here would be nice. So like I have Ozone pulled up here, and I can really easily just add some saturation to the low end. So like if we listen to below, I don't know, about, let's call it 200 hertz on the whole mix. Like there's decent presence, but I would like to hear it a lot thicker. So even just adding a little bit of like tape saturation just to give it some thickness, and then just like even like a nice just like low lift focused around what is that? Like pretty much just like everything below 200. If we then take this off, that's without. And if we add that back, if we add that low end in, so like there's a lot of ways you could go about that. Just like turn your bass and your kick up, I would think. Like turn your bass up and your kick up. You don't even need saturation, I don't think, but just bass and kick up, or just a simple EQ on your master and just kind of lift everything a little bit. I think would be.
Martin Menning wants feedback on their song.
What's up, Marty? How's it going? Yeah, kick up, bass up, and then maybe just like a little bit of low end EQ, and I would keep that EQ under 150 or 200. That 250-ish area, 200 to 300, can kind of be can get a little bit muddy a little bit quickly. So I would keep it down there in that region. But no, it's groovy, it's funky, it's got a great vibe to it. I love the changes. Maybe a little bit of lead instrument, like I said, would be cool. I don't really make this type of stuff. I started a year and a half ago when I was 13 making rap stuff. So this vintage stuff is new to me. Well, you've got an ear for it, man. And it's very cool that you're that young and doing something that's, I mean, it's really polished. It sounds really quite nice, and you've nailed the vibe. So I approve. Thumbs up. Very, very nice job. But thank you very much for sharing. It's a dope track. I would love to hear it. If you do end up getting a rapper or putting some lead stuff on it, I'd love to hear where it ends up going. So, Fantastic. Thank you again. I appreciate it, man. But we're going to keep cooking right along here. We currently have 8 in queue. Out of Sight, Zero, Gabe, Blangen, Kirby, Breakbase, Wason Music, and Ian McKay. In that order. So again, you guys can just stick around on that URL, feedback.nathanscott.com. Keep a real-time eye on the queue, and we will keep cooking through, checking out everybody's tracks. And up next is going to be Out of Sight. How's it going, my friend? Working in FL, looking for feedback on sound choice, composition, mixing, mastering, songwriting, arrangement, pretty much everything. I think I've created a decent bit of music so far, but I'm worried it's strayed too far off the brief. Slow, moody, meditative, and contemplative jazz, similar to Around Midnight by Miles Davis. It's still not finished, and when the horns cut out for the final time, I haven't really worked on that bit, but I showed where the progression goes next anyways. Okay, very cool. Yeah, so this is Out of Sight. We've been... No, yeah, you're fine, man. All good. Out of Sight is working with another composer who's getting some sync work, I believe, doing some cool jazz stuff. So we've been checking out quite a few of Out of Sight's tracks, which are always excellent recently. And so that's kind of the brief here. So thinking a little bit more commercially in the sort of sync direction, which for those who don't know, sync music is really anytime music is getting synced to video. So think TV advertisements, think TV shows, film placements, that kind of stuff. There you go. You nailed that. Okay. Does that have to? I don't think the piano fits. Yeah, so interesting. So overall, I really, really, really like it. I think it's great. And I honestly think that you have absolutely nailed the brief here. Slow, moody, meditative, and contemplative jazz, similar to Around Midnight. I think the first half of that brief, slow, moody, meditative, contemplative, you've absolutely nailed it. It feels very modern. And I mean that because you're doing a lot of things like, there's moments where you've got, like a B flat minor chord, right? And then the bass is playing an F. That's great. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. That's a little bit more modern. So that would be like a second inversion B flat minor chord. This is why, like last time when you sent this track in, this is where you get into like really the nuances of jazz writing, right? And you want to think about it in terms of like there's old school jazz vocabulary and then there's kind of modern jazz vocabulary. Modern jazz vocabulary pulls more from a lot of other styles of music, right? Particularly like new classical or modern classical music. It pulls even from rock and, hip hop and funk and all this other stuff sometimes. But there definitely is like a strong modern classical slant to a lot of, if you look at like Snarky Puppy, for instance, or Kneebody or any like really modern Bad Plus, any really modern jazz stuff. Robert Glasper, Brad Meldau, certainly. A lot of them pull from the classical side of the aisle as well, fairly frequently. And so that's like a very classical feeling kind of a chord. and less classic jazz. That's why, like last time we were talking about this track, Out of Sight, I was talking a lot about these 2-5-1 cycles, like, you know, and then doing something like this. Right? That, like, go down a half step, minor, 2-5-1, 2-5-1, always reharmonizing into 2-5-1 progressions. That's the Miles way. That's the Coltrane way. That's the Yardbird way. That's the Dizzy Gillespie way. All of that. Oh, that's why I recommended that you get a Gigantic Steps. Oh, it's Joe. Oh, Joe's the perfect person to have in chat for this. How's it going, buddy? Joe is a very accomplished, incredibly talented session guitarist and educator from Los Angeles, and a dear family friend who's worked a whole lot in this space. No, we have somebody in chat here, Joe, Out of Sight, who's a good friend of the channel, who's writing some jazz stuff for sync placement, and it's really, really good. But we're talking about classic jazz harmony, and like thinking of everything in terms of kind of 2-5s and then substituted 2-5s and then more 2-5s, as opposed to more like modern inverted voicings and stuff like that. One of my main issues is that I've just had half term from the school I've worked on, and now I have like no time before the deadline between work. So I don't know how much time you have for a full-on rewrite. No, well, and that's the thing. I don't think you need to do a full-on rewrite at all. I think it's really excellent. We'll listen to it again because it's relatively short. I think it's excellent how it is, and I think you can send it in, and I would imagine they'll be pretty happy with it. I'm just talking more in terms of like in the future with other pieces, if you want to go more old school. Remember I told you, like, look into getting a copy of the real book and looking at some of those really old school classic tunes and kind of looking at how they work harmonically. And a lot of that is focused on those 2-5s. No, well, but that's like, it's really, it's a vibe thing, you know, and the vibe of this is great. It's very noir. It's very smoky jazz club. Yeah, somebody said, like, you know, hot sort of 1920s woman walking down an alleyway or something like that. Like it's got the vibe for sure. It's fantastic. I'm more just speaking in terms of like for the next assignment or, you know, whatever. If you want to skew more classic, look at the real book, learn some of those chord progressions, look at how they're functioning in terms of the harmony and how everything can almost always, yes, exactly. That's where language is maybe considered antiquated, but such a useful hole to go down and explore. Also can't nail traditional jazz vibes without it. Yes, very much so. So yeah, I just, you know, if you have time, and I understand life gets away from us all the time, take a look at the real book, vibe on some of those tunes, look at the progressions. That'll get you into the headspace of like 50s, you know, like late 40s, early 50s swing, pre-bop stuff, pre-kind of modal era stuff, which was more like into the 60s, which is very much like that Round Midnight kind of vibe. A lot of those really classic, you know, Take the A Train and All the Things You Are and All of Me, like all those really, really, you know, we think of standards, all very much live in that world. What you've written here skews a little more modern in the vocabulary, but it's still a really, really lovely piece. They're great progressions, great melodies, and I think it works really, really well, you know, either way. So great job. I would send it to him as is and just see what he thinks. Because you know, I guess if he's a real stickler for specific harmonic vocabulary, then, you know, he'll let you know. But if I were doing sync stuff and looking for something in the style of Around Midnight and you sent that, I'd be thrilled. I'd just go, great. Like, it's a really, really nice vibe. So, excellent work. Excellent work. Thank you for sharing. It's always cool to hear what you're up to with this project. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, buddy. Appreciate you. Okay. Aw, thanks for the bits, man. I appreciate it. Very, very kind of you. Okay, we are going to keep moving right along. Zero EZZ is up next. Are we going into ads? I'm getting the green blink from Super. Are we going into ads? We'll pull it up for you, and if you get an ad, just let me know in chat, and we will pause for a moment. But yeah, this is from Zero EZZ. Level of experience 3. Green blinks are bits. Oh yeah, that's right. I need to learn my own damn setup, guys. Well, thank you again for the bits. Okay, so relatively new to the producer club. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. Working in FL Studio. New to recording. Looking for feedback on recording, songwriting, mixing, and mastering on this track. Okay. Very, very cool. Up. Super, the overlay didn't open. We're relatively new to this feedback system, guys, with the overlay and everything. So let me do something here real quick. This should fix it. Is this not fixing it? This isn't fixing it. Super, it's not fixing it. I don't know what to do. Zero Easy, can you post your SoundCloud link in chat for me real quick? We seem to be having gremlins with our feedback portal. Yeah, of course. Take your time. No worries. Got to dip to work. No worries, Joe. Thanks for poking your head in, man. Always good to see you. There. How's it going? Good to see you, friend. Yes, Super. The overlay has ceased function. I don't know what's happening. Ah! But that's okay. We'll get the link from Zero and we'll check it out that way. That's fine. Wayso Music, how's it going? Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. All right. Oh, thank you very much. Okay, we'll jump over here real quick. The queue should still be visible on you guys' end. That should be fine. But just my little overlay thing is not working. 1 second. Let me click a couple of other buttons. We're doing great, Wayso. Thank you for tuning in. And then we need to go here. Boop. Great. Brent is also on this song, so 2 vocals. Okay, great to know.
You keep lying to yourself and make yourself believe. Fight your heart to think that I'm not the one you need. How can I be by myself when you're all I see? Does it hurt to see me waiting so patiently? I can't take back what I thought. Girl, you're hating me and loving me.
A couple of quick questions for you. What all did you guys produce here? Like, is it just your vocal and then it's like a beat from YouTube or something? Or did you record those guitars yourself? Is that you playing? Like, what's kind of the production situation here on the track?
What you need, I can lead you away from.
Okay, gotcha. Did you guys record any of the instruments, or like make the beat, or is it like samples of guitar, like already recorded from somewhere like Splice or BandLab or something like that?
In my heart, in my mind, in my soul, I see you in everything that I own. All I wanna be tonight is everything you see inside.
Okay. Really nice. Real quick, their splice is cool, but a waste of money. Just steal samples. A takedown request is really expensive and slow. A takedown request is completely free and nearly instant. So super not. Do not steal samples from anyone ever under any circumstances. That's wildly disrespectful, illegal, and will absolutely get your shit taken down within seconds. It is, in fact, it's mostly automatic at this point on most platforms, and your track will not even make it to being published. SoundCloud, I don't think, does that. So if you just want to post stuff on SoundCloud, then, you do you. SoundCloud responds with 403 forbidden. Oh, good. So the internet itself is broken. That's pretty cool. Interesting. Yeah, don't steal samples, kids. Anyways, excuse me. Zero. This is really, really nice, man, especially for you guys being so new at it. I think I just have a couple of general thoughts for you here. Ignored takedown. Well, I've worked in the business for almost 20 years, and I've seen more songs than I can count from people get nailed by takedown requests the second that they went live. If your friend's processing the samples extensively enough, I suppose he could potentially get around it. But just telling you from the perspective of somebody who's done this for a really long time, you're asking for trouble. Well, your friend's very lucky then, I suppose. I don't know what to tell you. Or, it might not have been DMCA'd, but it might be diverting royalties. There's a lot of things that could be happening, but, yeah, I have just an enormous amount of experience with that, with lots and lots and lots of records I've produced over the years. So, don't steal samples, kids. It is a recipe to get in a lot of hot water. And beyond that, whether or not you can quote unquote get away with it, like a 401 error authentication will not resolve the issue. Server explicitly denying access to the requested resource. Fascinating. Yeah, exactly. And no, that stuff is mostly algorithmic at this point. So, hell, Ed Sheeran got sued by Marvin Gaye's estate for using the same chords. Like that shit gets hairy. But yeah, beyond whether or not you can get away with it, it's shitty. It's just it's a lame thing to do. Anyways, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about this lovely song from Zero. No, this is really nice. I think it's a great vibe overall. I think that trademarking midis now. No, your chord progressions and melodies are huge part of the IP component of any song. Huge part of the component of any song. Basically, the way IP law works with music is anytime you produce a piece of music, there's essentially two halves to the copyright. There's the recording and then there's the composition. The composition is basically what can go down on a piece of paper. So the specific chord progression, the specific melody, specific rhythms, timings, all that kind of stuff. And then the recording itself is the actual, like, whether it's a digital file or on a CD or whatever, it's the actual recording. And so you can do a lot of different types of licensing deals. You can do, the mechanical side where you're licensing the composition itself. So if somebody wanted to produce a cover of your track or publish the sheet music to your song in a book, or, have a different artist record it or something like that, that would be purely composition. As opposed to if somebody wanted to place your show or your song in like a TV show, that would be licensing the recording. And then there's lots of circumstances where you would license both. So yeah, it gets, this is why, this is why there's entertainment lawyers. This stuff gets a little bit complicated sometimes, but generally speaking, samples fall under the provision of fall under the recording side of things. But that's Ed Sheeran got sued on the comp side of things because I can't remember which tune of his it was. I'm sure somebody in chat knows, but well, yeah, there you go, Blanken. But no, because he used the exact chord changes with rhythm from "Let's Get It On" by Marvin Gaye, and Marvin Gaye's estate sued, and it was a whole big deal. Anyways, we keep getting distracted here. So my thoughts for you on this, Zero. It's cool. It's a good vibe. I think you guys put the samples together really, really nicely. I would encourage you to do two things, especially the first vocalist here.
How can I be by myself when you're all I see?
I can tell you've got some autotune going on, which is fine. A lot of people use autotune, but it's not super over the top. But I can definitely tell that it's there. I think I'm not sure if that's your voice or your friend's voice, but I would love to hear just like a little bit more presence and kind of confidence and forwardness in this vocal performance. So this is something that honestly just comes with a lot of practice. I think it's really good, again, given how new you are to this whole process. So what I would tell you is, just keep going, keep singing, keep recording. There's moments where your enunciation that one's your friend. Okay. Yeah. So there's moments where the enunciation here, how clearly the words are pronounced and said, just makes it really difficult to understand the lyrics, and it gets it's just kind of like a washy vibe, which having a really kind of like ethereal vocal approach is cool, but you don't want it to go too far over the line into where it becomes hard to understand what he's singing. So again, that comes with practice, that comes with experience. If you guys are serious about it, even just like one lesson with a vocal coach, which, might run you $50 or something like that. I really, really recommend that, because a good vocal coach can, even just in one, it's not like you have to do it every week for a year or something. Even just in one session, they can give you a couple vocal exercises to help with pitch, a couple vocal exercises to help with enunciation and, like pronunciation techniques and stuff like that. And just kind of give you like a good approach to get your voice into pretty good shape, and give you stuff to like practice and work on long-term to help with all that. Mix wise, I think the balance of everything is pretty good. There's just a lot of reverb on the vocals. So I would probably back off that reverb a little bit. Reverb's kind of a funny thing where even for me, when I'm mixing or working on a production, I usually start with what I think is enough reverb, and then I'll send it to the artist or the client or what have you, and they'll almost always come back and go less reverb. So I've learned to go to where reverb sounds good to me, and then pull it back a good 20 or 30% from there. Because reverb's another thing that can kind of interfere with the enunciation, the clarity of understanding lyrics. So I think a little less reverb would be good. Again, just kind of practicing that enunciation, continuing to sing, continuing to get comfortable with singing into a mic, and all that stuff will really help. So I'm assuming this is your voice. For your first attempt, it sounds really quite nice. So I commend you there. It sounds pretty solid. On your voice, it's a little bass heavy. The low frequencies are a little bit pumped up, particularly in the 300 to 500 hertz region, I think, 200 hertz, somewhere in there. It's like a little bit more, it's like a little muddy in that area. So I would EQ that back a little bit. But your vocal tone is really nice and your enunciation is pretty good. The other thing that I was going to say here is, and this is something if you guys end up being able to work a little bit, you could probably even find a vocal coach that would split a lesson with you. You each throw in 20 or 30 bucks and they'd do an hour with you. But it's something you could ask about there or just read and learn about on your own is song form, right? So this idea of verses, choruses, and bridges, and sometimes pre-choruses and hooks, understanding what all of those are and what they typically look like vocally. Because I think your melodies are really nice. How it's working with the rest of the track is really nice. I'm just having a bit of a hard time parsing out like, what's the verse? What's the chorus? Is there a bridge? It's just lots of nice kind of melodies and lyrics. And there's nothing really wrong with that. But usually in this style, which is a little more in the pop direction of things, we want to have a really clear verse section and we want to have a really clear chorus. That chorus should be simple, repeatable, relatable, very melodic, short phrases, short, simple lyrics. Because the chorus is always the part of the song that everybody really latches onto and gravitates towards. So if you guys are already thinking about that, then that's really good. I would probably need to listen to it a couple more times and, really kind of like chart it out. But, usually choruses are really big and simple, verses have more lyrical content. And then also the beat behind them, you usually have really clear cues of like, then that's great. Yeah. So maybe it just didn't quite translate here as well, or like if you have verse melodies that are really similar to the chorus melodies, that can kind of cause issues. But yeah, so and it's not even like, oh, you need to rewrite this or something. It's, if you guys are thinking about that, that's really good. That's just kind of a point of feedback where for me, it was a little bit hard to tell where sections were starting and ending. So, yeah, just some thoughts, but again, overall, especially for being, newer to it, I think you guys did a great job. I think, it sounds like you guys are having fun and that's what's important. So yeah, just for your friend and, some enunciation work, for you, a little bit EQ, less low end on the vocal. Work with a vocal coach if you can, even if it's just for one session. A little bit less reverb overall, and then just that's awesome, man. That's fantastic. I'm so glad you guys are enjoying the process. That is what it's all about. Yeah, and I think this would be great for a first release. Just tweak it a little bit more, and then keep releasing stuff. That would be another piece of advice to you, more just in general. Don't get hung up on every song being absolutely perfect. It's better to release, I would say, 10 things that are kind of your best effort than sit there and go, oh no, our first release has to be absolutely perfect, because you'll kind of just never get to perfect. And if you just keep releasing stuff, first of all, people love to see the journey. If you are trying to like build a community around your music, people love to like watch you get better and watch you guys have fun. That's a huge part of it these days. But you're going to learn 10 times more from making 10 things kind of as well as you can and then sending them out into the world than trying to make one thing perfectly. Yeah. And that's, that's good, but there is an art. It is like a learned skill in this world to know when to walk away from something. It's never, I will tell you right now, even having done it professionally for 20 years, I still never feel like a piece is done. Even when it's been completely released and the game is, shipped or whatever, I still go back and wish I did things differently. I still go back and nitpick. So that's very normal. It's more a skill of learning to know when you hit that point of diminishing returns, right? And when you're going to hit a point where it's like, okay, even if we spend 10 more hours on this, maybe we make it 5% better, or maybe we just confuse ourselves and forget what we're even trying to do in the first place. So avoid that if you can. Obviously, you want it to be as good as you can make it, but it's learning where that break point is of like, okay, we got to walk away from this and work on the next thing is really important. So again, if you do 10 things as kind of as well as you can and then send them out, you're going to learn 10 times as much than if you just try to do one thing and do it perfect from day one. Then you're just going to end up never releasing anything and only learning what you can learn from that one tune. And that's not nearly as helpful. So But great job. Thank you very much for sharing. I appreciate it, man. Very, very cool. And I love to hear you guys having fun with it. So I appreciate you sharing. Yes, of course. That is what we are here for. Okay, moving right along. Sorry, we got a little distracted on that one with the sampling conversation. Are we still getting a 404 super? Here, let me jump back over to our regular feedback view and see if this is working at all. Gabe, you are going to be up next. Thank you for your patience, my friend. Is this working? Oh, it is. Wonderful. Okay, cool. Let me fix this. Feedback is up and running. All right, let me just click one thing over here. You go there. Okay, great. So this is from Gabe Stacken, working in FL Studio, looking for feedback on composition, sound choice, mix, arrangement, more or less everything. Made this beat yesterday. Ah, yes. Thank you, Super. EQ is here. Okay. Very cool. Really nice vibe. Really, really nice vibe overall. I think what I'm wanting to hear on this one is just like a little more character to your instruments here. So everything feels pretty dry. And like all the kind of technical fundamentals here are really nice. Your mix is nice and balanced. You've got great, clean low end with like a little bit of grit to it, which I love. The groove is nice, very cool chord progression, kind of, E minor, and then to kind of like this kind of a sound is like C over E minor kind of a thing. E minor flat 13, I guess you'd call that. That's all really nice. It's good sounds in there. You've got like the Mellotron vibe going on, like cool little sawy lead. All that's really nice, but everything just feels a little bit like plain Jane to me. It feels a little pulled up a preset and called it good, which is not always a bad thing. But I think here it would benefit from like, taking that lead, for instance, and running it through maybe like a cassette filter kind of an effect. That sawy thing. Taking your topper, like your hi-hats, and like putting a little bit of delay on them, a little bit of verb, maybe a little bit of like lo-fi, like bit crushy distortion. And these are all things that you can also automate in and out, right? To either bypass or automate the mix, like the wet dry on the plugin, to give your song more evolving texture to where maybe your hats start clean and then like progressively get dirtier. Or you get a little like glitchy beat repeaty kind of an effect. Pair that with a bit crusher, turn those on and off to get little moments of transition and kind of ear candy and interest. Cakes has a conundrum. Well, you let me know what it is. We'll see if we can help, my friends. Good to see you, by the way. Thanks for tuning in. You've been quite the little streamer yourself in VC and chat. I'm sorry I haven't tuned in. I've meant to pop in there and say hi, but things have been a little hectic with this insane snowstorm. Yeah, it's a really good foundation. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, just like more interest, or like the snare I wish was like dirtier. Like right now it just kind of feels like a good snare sample that's been dragged in and placed. And I think, yeah, like adding some saturation to that, adding a little bit of lo-fi-ness to that, maybe a bit of, I mean, verb, and not that this is a trap beat because it's not, but beats like this don't typically have a lot of verb, but things like that, delays, just, yeah, character, moments of character, moments of a little bit more ear candy, and where it feels a little bit more like intentionally layered, I think would be good here. So, yeah, just make everything wetter. Yeah. Give everything a little bit more character, zhuzh it up a little bit more ear candy. And I think that'll take it from like a really nice beat to like a really really cool, really polished beat. Oh, thank you, Rio. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's a good time. Good to see you. I'm making chicken wings. I've never made chicken wings. What kind of sauce should one put on chicken wings? You've heard buffalo sauce. So easy solution here, Cakes. Go to the store, get yourself a bottle of Frank's Red Hot. If you want to upgrade that, add a couple tablespoons of honey per maybe cup of Frank's Red Hot. Heat it up a little bit. That's very, very good. If you want my personal favorite wing sauce, that's also very easy. Something along the lines of, I don't know, let's call it half cup of Kikkoman soy sauce, a couple tablespoons of honey, a good splash of like rice wine vinegar, maybe a little bit of hoisin sauce if you have it laying around, a little bit of crushed or grated or finely diced garlic, a little bit of finely diced shallot. Yeah, sort of Asian vibes. Not sure they do Frank's here. Okay, yeah, well, so where are you? That would be the only, and what do you have access to? That'd be the other question. Because, yeah, just like a basic like soy sauce, honey, or like, brown sugar, any sweetener, a little bit of vinegar, a little bit of garlic, ginger. Great if you can get some fresh grated ginger in there, not powdered ginger. God, don't use powdered ginger. Go in that kind of a direction and wander around. Splash of vinegar. Doesn't have to be rice vinegar. If you want white vinegar too. I think you would. Yeah, no, Tabasco. You're gonna have a bad time with Tabasco. Yeah, I'd go soy sauce, honey, garlic, ginger, shallot, splash of vinegar, a little sriracha. If you have sriracha around, it's great. Anyway. Gabe, yes, thank you again for sharing, man. Very, very cool beat. I dig it. But let's keep cooking and burning through. We got quite a few in queue here, 12 in queue. Yes, Cakes was asking about a good wing sauce. So thanks again, Gabe. Up next is going to be Blangan. Blangan, you are up, my friend. Working in LMMS, very cool. Our second community member working in LMMS, which is so neat. Just looking for general feedback, vibe and atmosphere, anything noteworthy. You can have the project files if you want, but you don't even have LMMS. I don't. I desperately want to move to Linux at some point. Would be great. I've used Ubuntu Studio plenty. I don't know if LMMS has quite the feature set that I would need it to have to do the kind of work that I do, but who knows? No worries, super. Thank you for hanging out, man. Go get some rest. I mean, I guess my question, Blangan, is what vibe are you going for here? Interesting. Okay. So, yes, the tempo automation is really interesting. I think this is giving me chaotic boss room in a super old school RPG, sort of Final Fantasy 1 era vibes. I would say that I know you put your sort of knowledge of music theory at 2. The notes that you have chosen, especially in like kind of the bass movement versus the melody, does not feel like it's following any particular scale. It feels kind of randomized, which makes it feel very, very atonal and very dissonant and very kind of, chaotic. So if that's intentional, great. I don't do any keys or scales. Is there a particular reason for that? I prefer the freedom. So what I would say, that's certainly valid. What I would say is that the reason that keys and scales exist is that it is how most people, in most contexts, have learned just simply through the fact that we've all grown up with listening to lots and lots of different styles of music on the radio, hearing it in movies, all these different places, right? Even though most people aren't necessarily musicians, they don't necessarily know how the technical end of music works, we've all heard kind of common structures, right? Major chords, minor chords, scales, things are generally organized in this way. So when we go outside of that, what it is certainly, very, there's a lot of freedom in that from a composition standpoint, but you very quickly run into a situation where you can end up writing things that aren't, the word I like to use is accessible. People are not necessarily going to understand what it is you're trying to convey, and it ends up sounding chaotic and a little bit, atonal, a little bit dissonant. It's very hard for people's ears to understand or track. It's like what I'll say is, and this, I mean this respectfully, it's not like a criticism, but it sounds a bit like that to my ear, in terms of it just essentially being random notes that aren't adhering to kind of any structure. And again, I don't mean that in a like, this sucks kind of, I really don't mean it at all like that. It's interesting. And that's a valid composition technique, 100%, especially for if you want something to feel, I've done stuff like that in like horror scoring and, or like RPG games where you want the player to feel really like unsettled and debased and stuff. Gabriel died. Oh no. That's so sad. I hope Gabriel didn't actually die. If Gabriel actually died, that's very sad, and I'm so sorry. It's the design on my shirt. This is from Starstruck Odyssey. Probably nobody will know what that is, but Google it, and it'll change your life. It's from Dimension 20, TTRPG actual play show. Starstruck Odyssey. I gotta rep my my Brandon Lee Mulligan. So that, like, again, that is not Blank, and that is not me saying it's bad or it's wrong or anything like that. I'm giving you a bit of a to how that approach comes across how that comes across to your average listener. So, if you are cool with that, if you vibe with that, then, absolutely. I would still recommend learning a little bit about some of that stuff, even if just to kind of understand the rules that you're breaking, if you know what I mean. Because one of the best tools in my experience is understanding and having a good command of music theory, specifically so that you can break the rules and get really, really interesting, the kind of push and pull of really dissonant, really out there, and then coming back to something a little bit more accessible. Obviously, that's like a very piano-y example, but think of like a painter like Picasso or something who like really understood the human form and how to paint really like realistic, good things, and then could bend that and warp it into this really expressive, creative, weird thing and take it to a really fucking weird place. But people still loved it because he had a good foundation in like normal art, and then learned how to break all those rules in a way that is like still really engaging and cool to people, right? So not that you can't get there from the back end, but again, just kind of we go from SP to Picasso. I mean, hey, I make weird metaphors. That's and weird allegories. That's how things work around here. But yeah, so that would kind of be my thoughts for you here. I think it's cool. I think it's interesting. I think the tempo automation is really unique. So yeah, but I would just kind of as a general thought for you to consider. On writing stuff, that is what I would have for you. But it's very, very interesting. I always love seeing people working in LMMS. The 2026 revolution of everybody moving into being on Linux is fantastic and makes me smile. Yeah, it's very, very good. So sorry, I just email from my mother. Apparently, she's in Costa Rica and doing great. But anyways, thank you again very much for sharing, man. It's very, very interesting, very cool stuff. So I appreciate it. Okay, we're going to keep cooking here. Kirby, you are up next. BandLab and Waveform into LMS. That's very cool, man. I love it. Kirby, are you with us, my friend? Wonderful Sir Kirby Slice. I believe you're still in here. We are in an ad break, so I hope Kirby can still hear me. We will ping Kirby. Kirby, yay! You are up, my friend. If you encounter an ad, and this goes for anybody in queue, if you encounter an ad while we're checking out your track, just let me know in chat, and I will happily pause for you for a moment. But let's check out what Kirby's got going on. We've got working in FL, feedback on sound choices, and the general idea of the tune. This is still an early work in progress, but I was really hyped about the hard drum processing in this one. Let me know what you think. Awesome. Fantastic. I love it. Unfortunately not, Wayso. If you do a... Oh, this is sick. If just do a new submission, that's okay. I'll see it. Yeah, of course. Lyrics them a fire, and lyrics them a shot. We are good MC, we not round up, but we are the hottest thing about her. The on top, everybody know what just so we stop. Sure. Top a grill, sure. Chat, is this gonna win our first drum play along of the day? No, seriously, chat. Should I play drums to this right now? I kind of super want to. This is fucking fire. This is beautiful, Kirby. Great job. I want it. I want more. I want it to be longer. First of all, I know you said it's very much work in progress. But it's great. Yeah, I think. Yeah, somebody said.
Lyrics them a fire, and lyrics them a shot. We a good MC, we no round up, but we have the hottest thing about her. The on top, everybody know what just so we stop. Sure. Top of real, sure.
There is on that wow, 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 the kind of bass sound or just general synth sound. The way that filters, I think it sounds like a filter that's opening up like really quickly and a lot. Resonance might be a little bit high on that because it is like messing and murkying the sub a little bit in a way. Yeah, if the tone of the sub was more clear, it would hit even harder. Yeah, I agree with that, Cakes. There's an element to that where and this, I could be completely wrong. This is just what my ears are kind of telling me, where it's like, you've got a really resonant filter that's going from like 20 hertz and opening up really fast. And as it opens through that sub region, it just like, I don't know if it's doing a phasey thing. I don't 100% know what's going on, but that's kind of what it feels like. And it's just making the sub lose kind of, very clear pitch envelopes to make it lose power. Yeah. Yeah, we're both saying kind of the same thing, Cakes. I don't know exactly what the mechanics of it are. But yeah, and like what I've learned recently in playing around with some sounds like this is like having a whole second track with like Vital or whatever, and just pulling up a sine wave and doubling your bass with that, and having that in there as just like a constant so that you can kind of blend, even if you go really crazy with the sound design on your main sound, having that reinforcement in there that you can just kind of sneak into the mix of like just a really clear fundamental sine has done wonders for me in working with tones like this, as opposed to trying to get all of the presence out of just one sound. Get as crazy as you want with the sound design. Don't focus on the low end as much. Have a whole separate track that is pure sine wave fundamental, and then get all nasty with your sound design and go nuts. And then just have that fundamental in there so that you can really balance the two in a nice way. But yeah, we're 100% playing drums to this right now because the groove is fat. That's the most important thing here. Is the groove is absolutely killing, and that's what we listen for. You know what I mean? I have not played drums for a few days, so you guys will have to bear with me on that front. But this might be super sloppy, but we're going to try it anyways.
Drop in the mic and you know we can chat. We not come to sing, we not come to rap. When we in a full flight, lyrics coming non-stop. Lyrics them a fire, and lyrics them a shot. We a good MC, we not round up, but we have the active thing about her. The on top, everybody know what just so we stop. Sure!
Yeah, that was super sloppy. I need to warm up, man. I got to start warming up before I go live. Great grooves though, man. And I feel like that particular groove, is like very unloved in modern drum and bass because it's such a cool, unique feel to everything. Like everybody goes with, which is like the classic amen break, but that like, all that like really messing with where the snare is landing is always so cool. I love it. Amen break strikes again. It never stopped. It never stopped striking. Anyways, sick track, Kirby. Absolutely sick. I love to hear it. Keep going with it, man. It's fantastic. Okay. Cooking right along here. Break bass. You are up next. Yeah, no, it works beautifully, man. It's a really, really, really solid groove. Break bass. Are you still with us, friend? Thanks again for your patience, guys. We got a little distracted earlier by somebody telling everyone to steal samples, and it made me very sad. Excellent. Thank you for your patience, man. I appreciate it. Let's check out what you got going on. Your shit is always fire, so I'm very excited to hear it. Working in Ableton, feedback on more or less everything. Just something I think has really big potential, and I want to start sending it to labels, especially want to know more stuff about mixing and what I can do. Okay, I love it. But I'm not skipping ahead because I don't want to hear it. I just, it's a bit of a long track, so want to make sure everybody else has time. Nice. Okay. Okay. Very, very cool. Great groove overall. Very cool vocal shot. Very cool vocal sample. Cool vocal chops. Very club. I think would do really, really well in a club. I think generally my thoughts here would be mostly in like the mix and kind of final polish master department. RZZT, and then lots of zeros and a 1. How's it going? Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. So what I'm hearing, there's a couple of things that I'm hearing here. I think if you've got clipping on your master, which I would assume you do, it might be a little bit much for this style because you're losing, I think, between clipping and maybe some limiting on your master, you're losing a lot of transient definition, particularly on the kick. And what's kind of happening, I'm not 100% sure what's going on with it. I think the kick sample that you've chosen has a pretty long decay and quite a bit of envelope to it. Oh, come here. And so what I'm hearing, at least how it's translating on my system, is that your kick kind of sounds like it's going boom, whoop, boom, whoop, boom. The beat 2 and 4 of every bar doesn't really feel like it has a lot of kick transient definition to it. Like I'm not getting that nice poppy, poundy, real sharp and focused 4 on the floor. I'm getting this kind of like blow, wop, blow, wop, blow, wop from the kick. That's cool, but it's not like hitting, you know what I mean? And what I'm curious to do here is stick this on it and listen just purely to the low end for a second. Yeah, so that makes it really clear. I'm not sure how well that translates on stream, but you can hear like that the first and third beat of every bar have good punch. I'd still like more. And then that second and fourth beat, that transient on the kick is just kind of going away. And it ends up, the low end is feeling a little bit smeared here. The bass synth is doing a good job of kind of bouncing around it. What I would go for here is maybe either, depending on how your kick is layered or what kick sample you're using, going for something that has just a shorter decay. It could be a sidechain problem. It could be the snare. It could be the clipper potentially, depending on how you have that set up. I'm not sure. There's a lot of things that can kind of cause this, but I would just generally speaking, I would focus on making sure that your kick, number one, is really clear, really punchy. I think faster. I think it's maybe there's just too much decay to this kick sample, and it's got like a pow kind of a vibe to it where like the way it's shaped has quite a bit of decay. And so I would just like tighten all that in and make sure that your kick is more than almost anything else in the track is just absolutely slamming every single beat. It's hard to know exactly like, do exactly this because without totally seeing your session and exactly how you have your side chaining set up, exactly how you're EQing and limiting on your buses and your master and all, like there's so many factors. I don't know exactly what's going on, but just generally speaking, less decay, more attack out of the kick, and more consistent attack out of the kick, however you go about that. Conversely, there's like when the track very first started, there's like a hi-hat sample. A transient shaper is a special it's kind of a compressor, but it's just a tool called a transient shaper that helps isolate the transient, which is like the initial attack of a note. And we call it a transient because if you think of a waveform, it's the very first moment where that sound goes, wah, right? Those first couple of waveforms where it really jumps out the attack of the note. We call that the transient. And then the rest of our sound is the sustain or the decay, you know. So transient shapers usually will have two main knobs. One will be like attack or transient, and then the other will be decay or sustain. And all of them work slightly differently on the back end with how they use compression, upward compression, you know, yada, yada. But the point is they try to give you independent control over the attack transient and then separate control over the sustain of the note. So they're very, very helpful. It doesn't shorten the sound necessarily. You would have to edit the sampler, edit the envelope to shorten the sound. It just changes where the focus is, right? So if you turn the sustain down, it's not that it makes the note shorter, it just suppresses that sustain, right? And then if you bring the transient out, it's not like it's somehow editing the sample, it's just accentuating the initial transients of that waveform, right? So there's a ton of transient shaper plugins out there. They all work essentially the same. Yeah, Kilohertz has a good one. Anything that's called a transient shaper should be fine. I have a couple that I like. There's a SPL one in the Plugin Alliance mix bundle that I use all the time. That's quite good. They all work pretty similarly. It's, you know, so there'd be two recommendations for you, the Plugin Alliance one or the Plugin Alliance SPL Transient Master, I think it's called, or the Kilohertz one I have used as well, and it's quite good. So yeah, that would be thing number one. The other thing that I was hearing here, that hi-hat, I can tell that it sounds to me like there's OTT on it. That's at like 100%. I would back that off as well because the transient on that hi-hat sound, particularly here at the beginning, is like really, 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 really over the top. It's like almost a little eye-watering how like aggressive that sound is hitting. So I think you have OTT on the whole drum group. Okay, first thing I would do is it the mix at 100% on that? Because if it is, I would back it off to like 20, 30%. OTT to me always sounds the best blended back to like 10, 20, 30%, maybe 40. If you've got it higher than that, it can sound really awesome, especially on smaller systems, but you got to be really careful because OTT stands for over the top. It is an extremely aggressive compression setup that can sound cool. It can also cause a lot of artifacting. So like on my system, that hi-hat, there's like this moment where you get this like at the beginning of that hi-hat sound that's like really, 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 really quite aggressive. And that's honestly, listening to it here, this might be part of what's going on with your kick. I can hear it pulling a lot of low-end air out of the middle of that kind of kick sample. And that's what's making it feel less like do, and more wow, 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 kind of airy kind of vibes with the kick. Like again, because there's no bass in this section. So if we isolate that low end, there's like a lot of kind of mud and air in between your kicks. I would expect that to be almost silent. Before the bass comes in, I would expect that to be almost silent in that sub 200 hertz band between those. Just bop, bop, bop. Really clear, really, really strong kick. You know what I mean? So those are all kind of mix and master thoughts for you. I think definitely backing off on the OTT. High pass, I wouldn't necessarily high pass anything, especially not the kick. Yeah, backing off on the OTT and just, maybe it is a thing of just looking for a different kick sample that's much shorter and has more upfront hit, whereas the one you're using right now has a little bit more sustain to it, and I think is causing you, it's robbing you of a little bit of low-end clarity over the course of the track. And making sure that high passes are on most other things in your mix. Like I, generally speaking, will, if I remember to, which I always should, do as I say, not as I do, I will high pass everything in my mix, absolutely everything except bass and kick. Yeah, I think live actually may even come with a transient shaper. Someone can correct me on that. I feel like there's a transient shaper in live of some flavor. So yeah, other than that though, I'm not trying to rag on the track because it's really, really cool. It's a great vibe. Like I said, I think it's a very club viable track. I would just back off on the like clipping on the master, the overall level. It feels like there is quite a bit of like OTT across the mix in different spots, quite heavy limiting, heavy clipping. I would kind of just back off on all of those as much as you can. Obviously, you want it to be really loud and present. You're sitting at about -8 LUFS, which even that is like a hair quiet for a super club forward track like this. You know, stuff like this I might see more at -7, -6. But that's where getting a clean mix can really help, because then if you just put some limiting on the master and like a soft clipper, it can get you up to those volume levels and everything. Everything is really clean and not distorting, because your mix is really, you're starting with a really clean mix with not a ton of kind of mix issues in it. So, but like structurally, the track is great. Like I said, very cool vocal sample, good bass line. Your sound choices are all really nice. I like your percussion layers a lot. They have a lot of character to them. There's a lot of like nice darkness and grit to stuff. It feels great. The vibe is really nice. And yeah, I think like, you know, in terms of like a club track, it's very, very viable, and a good vibe. I just think, yeah, tightening up, especially if you're thinking of like, you know, sending it out for submissions and stuff, what those guys are going to listen to is a very, you know, they want a very polished mix usually. And if you're ever able to, I know this is really hard for people sometimes, but if you can ever go and listen to your tracks in a club environment, that can be enormously helpful. I even know a couple of guys who do music like this, where they know their stuff is going to clubs, and they literally have PA speakers in their studio room, and they will, even if it's quiet, they'll pull it up on PA speakers just to like hear what it does and how it would translate to more of a live system as opposed to their monitors or their headphones or whatever, because that can be very informative for like how your low end is performing, how the clarity of all the elements is performing. So I know that's like kind of crazy to be like, oh, just go buy PA speakers. Like, that's not necessarily what I'm saying, but like if you can ever find a way, local venue or something like that, where you could just go in and listen to stuff for a few minutes, I think you would learn a lot from that experience, doing stuff in this style. So, but very, very cool track overall. I think it's definitely worth the work. Just, yeah, cleaning up a little bit of that low end, transients, work, all that kind of stuff, will do you good. But thank you very much for sharing, man. It's very cool. I always love hearing your stuff. Oh, excellent. Starting 101 music production course at the local studio. That's very, very cool. Very, very cool. Okay, up next is Weso. So I believe, Weso, we are using your second submission here, correct? I believe that is the case. Okay, the first one's going to pop up. I just am clearing it through the queue here. Go away. Okay, Weso, here we go. Really talented DJ. That's very cool, man. That's a great call. That's going to be some really, really great experience for you. But Weso is level 6, working in FL. Feedback more or less on everything, arrangement, mixing, comp, and songwriting. Just started this project last night. Fantastic.
Party at my place. It's a party at.
Cinematic Queen, how's it going?
My place. It's a party at my place. Yeah, it's a party at my place. It's a party at my place. There's a party at my place.
No worries. Thanks for hanging out, Break. Good to see you, man.
Cause I think I'm saucy. Nigga talking brazy, he ain't coming nowhere near my state. Check a nigga chin if he coming at me sideways. Bending blocks cruising in this motherfucking I-8. Hey, I ain't rushing shit, going at my pace. You know this time flies, so I don't check what the time say. I ain't rushing shit, pussy nigga, fuck a time say. Niggas moving dumb and wild, that shit got me irate. It's a party at my place. Yeah, it's a party at my place. It's a party at my place. There's a party at my place. It's a party at my place. yeah, my place. It's a party at my place. There's a party at my place. It's a party at my place. Yeah, it's a party at my place. It's a party at my place. There's a party at my place. Party at my place. It's a party at it's a party at my place. It's a party at my place. Yeah, it's a party at my place. It's a party at my place. There's a party at my place. It's a party at my place. Yeah, it's a party at my place. It's a party at my place. There's a party at my place. It's a party at my place. Yeah, it's a party at my place. It's a party at my place. There's a party at my place. It's a party at my place. Yeah, it's a party at my place. It's a party at my place. There's a party at my place.
Delicious groove, first of all.
And if you're coming at me,
really interesting and really unique production style. I like this a lot. I have a couple of thoughts for you. I think it's really good. It's quite tight overall. Yeah, like mix-wise, hats might be a tiny bit forward. I hear that. Kick is definitely... It's thumping. It's a great kick sound. It is like, it does feel just like a little bit out of balance loud with everything else. So I think you could stand to bring your kick down, not a ton, but like 2 dB, 3 dB. It's like very prominent to the point where you're like, yeah, it's a great thuddy, awesome, super thick kick sound, but I just like, it's a lot. So I might pull that back just a couple of clicks and you're not going to lose any impact from it or anything because it's a great sound. It's just a little bit out of balance. I could hear a teeny bit more vocal as well. And like I've said, if you guys ever end up in an ad in the middle of me chatting about your track, please just let me know in chat and I will pause for you. Because I don't know what ad cycle everyone is on. Twitch tries to tell me, but it doesn't. It's usually wrong. Excellent. We love it. So, yeah, other than that, Travie Music, how's it going?
Spending blocks cruising in this motherfucking I8. Hey, I ain't rushing shit going at my pace. You know this time flies, so I don't...
I love the sound design with your basses. It is exceptional. And it's really unique. I don't know why it's making me think of this, but do you listen to Run the Jewels at all? Because... Run the Jewels does a lot of really cool production shit with like kind of unusual sounds. So unfortunately we only do SoundCloud around here, Travie. There's like a bunch of reasons for that, but it just integrates really well with our setup is the main one. Yeah, it is free to make an account. It's super easy to just throw a track up. You can keep it private and the link will still work for me if you want to do that. But yeah, we're going to hopefully in the next couple of weeks be able to take YouTube links as well. So that is in the works. But right now it is limited to SoundCloud. So sorry. But yeah, I would check out some Run the Jewels. You might get some inspiration because yeah, they do a lot of shit where it's like weird, like a bongo loop or something like that. That like would seem out of place, but like the way that they slide it in like really makes sense. Cause I love your groove and how you've layered the drums and stuff is really, really nice. I do think there's room, and I'll just show you real quick. I think there's a little room for like, there's room for a little more ghost note presence in this, like in the snare in particular. Like, let me play around with this for a second. Maybe it'll give you some ideas. Because I hear a lot of room. Your stuff is very like atmospheric. This track is very atmospheric. And so there's a lot of room to do incredibly cool percussion layering.
It's a party at my place. It's a party at my place. It's a party at my place. Yeah. It's a party at my place. It's a party at my place. There's a party at my place. It's a party at my place. Yeah. It's a party at my place. It's a party at my place. There's a party at my place. Party at my place. It's a party at. It's a party at my place. It's a party at my place. Yeah. It's a party at.
Yeah, it's just a GoPro mounted to the. You can see the weird thing on the back of my chair. It's just a GoPro that's over my head. But yeah, and then that obviously this is like a kind of a funk, almost like drum and bass. All those little snare. That kind of stuff I think would sound really cool in this. Little 30-second flutters, little ghost notey things, shakers, maracas, anything like that I think would really be a cool layering play here. Because there is so much space in this, and it's really well produced in that regard, and that there's just a lot of like air and ambiance to it, which I love. So that would just be one idea for you. But other than that, man, it's really fucking good. It's really good. And I commend you on your hook. It might be repeated like too many times because it does get a little party at my place. But that's a perfect hook for a track like this. It's one very short, simple, very easy to understand statement that gets people hyped. It's like exactly what a hook should be. So, yeah, I would grab some wacky drum stuff. Go find some weird old like salsa bongo samples. Go to your music store, get an egg shaker. Like they make it's just like an egg full of beans and they're like $1. And record some shaker loops, pitch shift them around, do weird shit with them. Just like have fun with like layering some rhythm and groove elements to like lush that out more. And I think it would really have kick it up a notch, But other than that, it's really strong, man. It's a very cool, very groovy track. Great hook. Great sound design on the basses. Avia, how's it going? Good to see you. I'm making some crazy Argent metal. Amazing. I love it. Okay. Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate you sharing it with us. It's very, very cool. Okay, Ian McKay, you are up next, my friend. Thank you for your patience. You've been waiting for a hot minute.
Productions wants feedback on their song.
So I appreciate you hanging out, man. Very, very much so. We're slowly getting sort of caught up through queue here. Yes, you are still here, and I appreciate you still being here, man. I know we get in the weeds a little bit sometimes, but I hope that at least if you're waiting a little while for me to get to your track, that I'm saying something that is useful on somebody else's track. That's always the goal, that we are feedback can be a little bit of a universal experience. You guys can we can learn something from talking about this stuff, even if we're not looking at your track specifically. That is the hope. So anyways, Ian McKay here, working in FL. Sound Choices Composition Mix is our feedback desires. Let's check out the track. using a lot of techniques that I use. It's like really heavily bandpassed percussion with a lot of delay. Easy. Extremely nice work, man. This is really, really beautifully polished. I really have just one thought for you on this. Mix is well balanced. Production sounds great. Sound choices are excellent. Really dynamic. Tons and tons of movement in this, which I love. There's so many things to love about this, and it's very similar to a lot of the stuff that I do, for game scoring. There's a lot of cinematic elements in there. There's a lot of just like big, good melodic and harmonic textures going on. Really heavy groove stuff. You're using a lot of production techniques that I use. The one thing that I would definitely look at is the amount of side chaining that you have going on. Particularly, I'm not sure if you have side chaining on both kick and snare, or coming from both kick and snare. In my opinion, it is quite a bit more than a little bit of side chaining is nice. But with stuff like this, you've got so many nice other sounds going on, doing really nice melodic stuff. You've got, good melodies, good harmonies. The kick is hitting and the side chaining is pulling everything down a lot. And it's quite a long release on that side chain. I assume you're using like a traditional compressor-based side chain setup. I would shorten that release significantly, and I would raise the threshold probably, or lower the ratio a fair amount, so that it's still like side chaining is great. It helps the kick punch out, but the kick sample's great. You don't need to get everything else that far out of the way for it. It's really present. It's really punchy. Like right there, that's actually, I went to the perfect moment there. You've got that like boom, 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 boom. Like you've got some moments where you've got fills on that kick where the kick is really present and really consistent for a second, and it almost mutes the rest of the track. And really there's some like audible pumping artifacts there. So I would clean that up. Other than that, it's phenomenal. Really polished, really present, really clear. It's mastered a tiny bit hotter than I would personally go on a track in this style, but I don't think that's a problem. I think that's, if you want it real present in your face, you've got it there. When I do stuff like this for games, I master it much quieter and I leave it a little bit more dynamic, but that's also kind of a use case scenario. Game music typically is not as baked as hot in the master, LUFS wise, as like clubbier stuff is. So that's just a thought. You know, if you're happy with that and you want it at that level, I think it definitely works. But if you want it to have a little bit more like a cinematic or like game soundtrack feel, I would back off a little bit on the lefts, purely as a creative choice, not as a technical choice. Over on the YouTube side, Millionaire Mind. So this is not a song request situation. We are doing technical feedback on people's mixes. So if you have a song that you have made and you are currently working on, you're welcome to head over to Twitch, and I'd be happy to check it out and give you technical feedback on it. But we don't just play random songs on here. So sorry. I do appreciate you watching, though. But yeah, going beyond an EP is like the master artist for sure. Yeah, and again, that is not like a technical thing. That's just a use case thing. So I think it sounds it's super in your face and pumping. So. But thank you very much for sharing, man. I appreciate it. It sounds great, super, super polished, and overall, really, really, really nice job. Okay, let's keep it moving. Marty Menning, you are up next, my friend. Yeah, absolutely, Ian. Thank you for sharing, man. It sounds fucking great. Sounds fucking great. Marty, thank you for your patience, my friend. Let's check out what you got going on, working in FL. Tentative wing review in Brain Rot. Okay, I will look at that after stream. What sauce did you end up going with? So Marty Menning, yep, working in FL, sound choice, mix master, feedback, still a work in progress, some transitions are a little sus. Okay, unsauced. Okay. I think this might get our second drum play along here. That's SoundCloud's compression, Cakes. It's really funky how it works, yeah. We just ignore that. Basically, it's got a frequency-dependent gate above about 18K, so which is honestly a perfectly fine way to do it. Anyways, this is really, really fucking great. God, there are some fire tracks coming in today, guys. This is wow. Immaculate sound design, great mix, really polished, really, 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 really well put together. My thought for you here is you really just have one, and this is not, I don't think this is something you need to like rework in this tune necessarily, unless you want to, but you kind of just have one harmonic, well, sort of two, but you have one basic harmonic structure going on here. It's essentially E flat minor, or when the real big droppy stuff comes in, it kind of goes to an E flat major vibe, to E major. Right? And that's kind of the only place that it lives. I could hear particularly, let me see if I can. In this area, in kind of the back half, there's so many cool places that you could kind of go with this. You could go to like a. Sounds a little hokey on piano, but like B, D flat, E flat. Like just going somewhere slightly new and slightly different with the chords, I think would take it even a step higher here. Because it does, like by the end, my ear is very used to the harmonic space that you're in. And it's a great space. It's a lot of tension, a lot of drama in those chord shapes. That kind of flat two, Lydian back to minor one or major one, either one, is it's rooted in like Spanish music, Moorish music. It's a great change. It gives us, it works around what we call Phrygian dominant, which is like an excellent, that's it. That's essentially like the scale that you're working with, right? Which is a great scale, Phrygian dominant. We use it all the time in scoring. Sounds very exotic, very dramatic, very passionate. So that's great. Just as the tune goes on in that back half, the second half, I think there is an opportunity to go somewhere slightly different with it. Even if it's just in the break and then return to that E flat E idea with like the big heavy section at the end. Like do a big like movementy thing with the strings that goes some different places. I think it would break things up nicely, because living in that harmonic space for the entire track start to back, that component of it gets a little bit samey. Other than that, though, I like the sound design, the grooves are all fantastic. And I love all your rhythmic work with like the sound design basses and stuff is great. So I think mix, you have it nailed. I think like arrangement wise, where things are going up, going up and coming down dynamically, where the drops are, all of that stuff is absolutely on point. The balance of things is great. Your choice of instruments is great. Your sound designs, etc. All of that stuff is fantastic. That would literally just be my one thing where it's like, if you could maybe in those strings, those big string arpeggios, take that and move it more through more of like a cycle of resolutions or something like that. I feel like the mix is really, really nice. It doesn't feel to me like anything needs more compression. I think it's really, yeah. Is it unmastered? Is it unmastered right now? I guess, yeah, I could use like you could put a little bit of, So, I mean, OTT is the most aggressive compressor in the universe, so you definitely have compression on it. Yeah, a nice, gentle, like, mastering compressor, which I just stuck one on just for great. It's just like a preset in Ozone. Yeah, it's fine. I wouldn't go over the top with it. I would do, like, got it on 2%. Okay, there you go. That's how you use OTT. Absolutely. You know. But yeah, relatively gentle. Relatively gentle mastering. You've never used a compressor. I promise you have, Blanken. You might not have realized it. whatever you end up doing with the compression there, I would go relatively gentle with it. But yeah, it's exceptional, man. It's absolutely exceptional. Really, really, really wonderful job. And thank you for sharing. Extremely impressive work. But we're going to keep things going here. I am going to go ahead and say at this point, well, no, we'll leave Q open for just a little bit longer. We're going to keep it moving though. There, DGAF. You are up. It is your turn. Are you still in chat with us? I'm not seeing. I am not seeing there in the chat list, but we will ping them, give them a second to see if they pop back in, and if they do so, then we will check it out. But if not, we will go ahead and move right along here. Put 10 sound good on top of that. Yeah, I would say don't do that. I would say these are not good ideas. Here, okay. Just to give well, I think they have fully left, so I'm not sure. Anyways, we will leave there's entry for a moment. But we will move ahead to Alien, DJ Alien Rave. Are you still here with us? I believe you are. DJ Alien Rave. Paging DJ Alien Rave. DJ Alien Rave. Bonk. And yeah, as always, kind of rules in these situations. You know, if you're in queue and you got to step away, that's totally fine. We will circle back to you if you pop back in, but we will keep things moving and scooting. Alien, yes, I love Alien stuff. I hope Alien is I see his name in the thing. He might just be AFK at the moment. Slimy green fire. Bro went back to his planet. No, I mean his name. I can see a list of everybody who's here, and his name is on there. Oh, we have a lot of people. We got like 15 people in here. Great, I love it. Well, I will say, Kate, thank you so much for the follow. No, I will say for anybody who is new. Oh, yes. Sorry, I did see. Thank you for reminding me, Travi. Analog or digital mixer totally depends on what you're trying to do. Digital mixer, like if you're doing live sound, digital all the way. If you're running sound for a venue. Oh, no, you're good, Alien Rave. Well, welcome. Welcome back, I suppose, if you were AFK there for a second. But we will check out your track in just a second. But this is a good question from Travi. If you are doing live sound for a venue, if you are a band running rehearsals, anything like that, digital mixer all the way. In the studio, very much depends on what you're trying to accomplish. Digital mixers are great because they're very flexible with routing. They usually sound very clean, and they're just like for doing what a mixer is designed to do, which is like take lots of microphones and other inputs and send them to all kinds of places like stage monitors, separate monitor mixes, front of house mixes, put different EQs on things for people's, on stage or headphone mixes or whatever. That is what digital mixers are designed to do. Digital mixers are not designed to sound like vibey. So if you are in a studio setting and you want like the sort of summing and EQ characteristics of like an old, like an SSL or a Neve or an API or something like that, like one of the large format recording consoles, that's really where an analog mixer would be more beneficial. Because the EQs and stuff are all analog. So they color the sound more. They give the sound a vibe. And there's a sound to the sort of summing characteristics that happen when a bunch of signals go into an analog board and then come out as a stereo mix. It definitely like imparts a character to the whole thing. Modern cheap analog mixers, not as much, but like anything vintage, even if it's cheap, like an old Allen and Heath desk or an old Tascam desk or an old, Carvin used to make big old cool analog mixing consoles. That would be like, yeah, if you want the vibe like as a recording thing, like you're recording a band and you want it to feel kind of vibey and old school, analog all the way. If you just literally like need to send audio to a bunch of different places and have hands-on control, digital for sure. But yes, happy to take another question, but let's check out Alien Rave's track. Volume warning. Okay. Meant to be pushed, part of the genre, duly noted. Let's get ready for that here. Duck that a little bit. At the end of this, I'm going to talk about Daria Core, because this is something I just discovered. Okay. Really cool track, man. So the Daria Core thing. I am very new. You guys have to understand, I'm old. I'm 35. I have spent most of my career focused on making records with rock bands and like pop artists and folk and country and things like this, doing commercial music, doing video game, orchestral music. All of these like niche SoundCloud underground subgenres were something I did not even really know. I mean, I was sort of aware that was going on, but it was not any of those styles of production. It was not anything that I was ever super tuned into. But a couple of weeks ago, I found myself in Tokyo. We raided into Tokyo Machine, the streamer, and Tokyo Machine was doing Tokyo Machine was doing a feedback stream, and somebody was in there with a Daria Core track, or a track that chat was like, "Oh, this is Daria Core," and I was like, "What the fuck is Daria Core?" And the track, I did not like the track at all. I thought the track on Tokyo Machine stream, I thought it sounded very bad. But I was like, what the hell is this as a genre? And so I went and I listened to the album Daria Core by Leroy, which I understand is a pseudonym of Jane Remover, who's like a kind of hyper pop, alt pop artist. That record, Daria Core, blew my mind. Brilliant. Absolutely fucking brilliant. One of the most interesting and most unique produced records I think I've ever heard. I was really like, oh, this is what these kids are after. And like that record, and what cracked me up though is that the hallmark that people take away from it is distortion and like insane amounts of clipping and things being, -1 left or right. And this track on Tokyo Machine's stream was one of these tracks where they got positive LUFS out of it because it's so ridiculously overly distorted and limited. It was reading like plus 0.6 LUFS, and it just sounded awful. But what's so interesting, I haven't actually checked, But I'm willing to bet that if you actually look at the mixes on Dariacore, that original record, they're not that loud. They're probably -7 or -6, something like that. Like they're definitely cooking, but they're not -1, which is, I feel like, what a lot of people are kind of like go for with that stuff. The reason those tracks work well, and the reason I was like, holy shit, this is amazing, is they're arranged beautifully. They're gorgeous songs with great structure. Like it's all the stuff that I always talk, even though it's like this radically different style of production. And yes, there's a lot of distortion. Yes, there's a lot of meme-y, weird pitched up samples and all that shit. The foundation is still the same as everything else that we always talk about here doing feedback. Really, really, really strong arrangement. Good melodies, good harmony, cool grooves, dynamic movement. Every tune takes you on a journey, goes to all these different places. Like it's all just
Yuri
good.
Dubs wants feedback on their song.
It's all just good songwriting, right? And this is why I talk about, it doesn't matter what genre. No, I'm not. I haven't gotten to talking about your track, Alien Rave, because this is really nice. It definitely like fits that vibe. It's not about louder. It's not about more samples. It's not about doesn't matter. I always say it doesn't matter what genre you're doing. The same principles apply. And the reason people like that became a whole subgenre is because that record is brilliant. It's very unique production. And I'm sure, people hadn't really done anything quite like that production wise before, but, it is, they're just really fucking well-crafted songs. And what it reminds me of, funnily enough, is like early Squarepusher. If you guys go back and listen to Squarepusher, it doesn't have the meme samples in it, but go listen to the record Big Loda, which is from 1996, and you will hear a lot of where that really frenetic 220 BPM, really, really crazy drum programming comes from old, the Squarepusher, Venetian snares, a bunch of that, some of the, earlier Aphex Twin stuff. Rio, I see a great question there. We'll talk about that in just a second. What's up, Blue? How's it going, buddy? Sorry for the quick rant about that. I just found it so interesting that I'd never heard of this genre. I went and listened to that record and was like, I get it now. It's beautiful, but it's not beautiful because of the distortion. The distortion's unique and the production approach is unique. It's beautiful because they're just great songs. They're well-crafted songs. But Alien Rave, this tune in particular here. I think it's really good. It's honestly, it's still it's such a hard production style to pin down, and it's something I have not ever worked in. So it's hard for me to give really specific advice. I think generally what impressed me about that Dariacore record, that's kind of my main point of reference here, is that even though things are very distorted, all of the volumes were really well leveled. And I get the feeling that comes from, I think a lot of people default to just putting a shitload of clipping on the master, hard clippers and OTT a bunch on the master and just go, oh, that's how you get the sound. Listening to that original record, I was like, that's not what's going on here. What it seems to me is there's elements that are very deliberately smashed, but they're smashed individually and they're smashed. It's almost like there's a bus of stuff or a group track of stuff that's this specific kick and this bass sound that's absolutely smashed. And then on the master, there's actually probably not much other than some mastering compression, because a lot of elements of those mixes are actually pretty clean and they're balanced against the stuff that's completely destroyed in a way where you can still always hear what's going on. And so I would say that what I hear in your track, I think the arrangement's good. How you're handling the samples is all really good. I would take G-Clip off of your master. I would make a bus or a group destination track in your session. Put G-Clip on that and think every single element in the tune, do I want it destroyed or not? Do I want it cleaner? Because if you send everything to a bus and destroy that bus with a shitload of clipping, it'll give you the freedom to balance stuff against it and still have that stuff be really clean. Because I just feel the thing that's striking me in your track is there's just volumes are a little bit all over the place. And that happens when you have really heavy limiting, certainly really heavy clipping on your master. That can really screw with the balance of things. Even if you try to get them right, it's always going to be pushing something out of the way weirdly. So that's, and I don't know if that's how Jane Remover did that. To my ear, that's what makes the most sense. And if I were to try to do that stuff, that's how I would approach it, is by bussing certain things, bussing few, into pure destruction and then keeping other things really clean. So that gives you more latitude to level them against each other and not have one that's pushing anything else out of the way. So, again, I don't have really specific that element and that, because you have a lot of shit going on. That needs to be louder. That needs to be quieter. That's too hot. That's too pokey. But yeah, just continuing to work on balancing and think of creative mix flow solutions, bussing things, grouping things, putting things into different little kind of folders that you can balance more easily on a group level, as opposed to just everything goes into a master and then clip the master, because that's going to give you a lot of balance problems and make your life harder than it needs to be. Intelligent grouping, intelligent bussing is going to make things easier and make things all hit your master more consistently. So leave your master for limiting, compression, maybe a little bit of soft clipping, and then focus that really destructive clipping and distortion elements on individual groups and buses, and send things into those that for sure you want that character on. Leave other things clean. I would try that and just see what it does for you to help with balancing. So, but super creative, definitely fits the vibe, fits the brief. I like how you've used the samples. That's all very, very cool, very, very interesting. So, stick all these in good music in my Discord, and I will definitely check them out, because I would love to hear more stuff in that style. It's very interesting. Okay, we're going to take a look at Rio's question here real quick. Out of context question: when two labels like harmonic minor, A Phrygian dominant share the same pitch collection, which determines which one is the better analysis in a given melody? Tonal center, harmonic function, what factors are most strongly shape the perceived color? That's a great question. Okay, hang on. Let me reread this, because I think I know what you're asking about here. Harmonic minor versus A Phrygian dominant. So yes, because Phrygian dominant is fifth mode of harmonic minor, right? What determines which one is the better analysis in a given melody? Tonal center, harmonic function. What factors most strongly shape the perceived color? Sure. Okay. So basically, what Rio is asking here, this is, and Travi's on it. This is exactly what I was about to say. If the melody wants to land on D, it's harmonic minor. If it wants to land on A, it's Phrygian dominant. The chords underneath act like a GPS telling you where the destination is. I could not have said it any better, Travi. That's perfectly phrased. So basically, for those of you who aren't quite as theory savvy, what this question is here is we're talking about two scales that are related to each other. One is harmonic minor, so in this case would be D harmonic minor, which is D, E, F, G, A, B flat, D flat, or C sharp, D. And we call this harmonic minor because it has a raised seventh note. If it were a natural minor scale, the pattern would go 1, 2, flat 3, which is our F natural, 4, 5, flat 6, flat 7, 1. That's a natural minor scale in intervals. A harmonic minor scale just gives us that raised seventh. Up. Right? That is D harmonic minor. Through our system of modes, which our modes are just the idea of taking that same sequence of notes and starting and ending it on a separate note, or a note within that scale. So the second mode of D harmonic minor would be take the notes of D harmonic minor and start on an E instead of D and play it up to E again. And you would get this. Right? Or go F to F. right? Which would be like that's a very weird, it's like a sharp 5 situation. So A, starting and ending that scale on A, gives us a scale that we call Lydian or Phrygian dominant, which I just talked about a little bit ago. It's this, people sometimes call it the Oriental scale, which I don't really like, but that is the Phrygian dominant scale, right? A Phrygian dominant. So they're technically the same scale. It's just what note it starts on. It's the same sequence of notes. It's just, where's our home base? Where are we starting? And the way Rio asked this is a really fucking intelligent question, because it can be hard sometimes to determine, is this a D? If you're just looking at a melody on paper, is this, would we say this melody is in the D harmonic minor scale, or would we say it's A Phrygian dominant? Those are two ways of saying the same thing because they're the same notes. But as Travi said, and Travi put it beautifully, I could not put it any better myself. If the melody wants to land on D, it's harmonic minor. If it wants to land on A, it's Phrygian dominant. And that's exactly right. So if your melody was something like this, that very clearly wants to land on D, right? And we track that by just listening to the resolutions, right? So if the melody is what we call encircling or encapsulating D, or it's sort of targeted around notes of the triad that forms that sound, right? So if the melody is targeting and leaning into D, F, A, then you know that your home base is most likely D harmonic minor. However, if those notes are targeting the A Phrygian dominant triad, which would really just be an A triad. So if it's targeting A, C sharp, and E, then you can tell that it's targeting more of an A Phrygian dominant sound, right? So I tend to, when I'm listening or looking, I tend to look for these encapsulations because they're very common. There's a different word for it. I'm forgetting the word for it, but it's like the targeting of the note, right? Or, like B flat G A. That's like it circles the A for you, right? And a lot of melodies will do that. Like you can just tell that the movement is aimed at resolving towards a certain note. So you look for the notes of the triad. If it's an A major triad, it's going to be A Phrygian dominant. If it's a D minor triad, it's going to be D harmonic minor. And that doesn't apply to weird scales like this. That applies to absolutely any scale, any mode. Melodies tend to resolve to roots, thirds, and fifths 90% of the time. And so you just learn to hear and identify what the target of that melody is, where it's trying to resolve to, what that kind of those butter notes, if you will, as Miles put it, those very tonic resolved notes. That's going to give you the structure of the triad, which is going to inform you what the root note of the chord is. Incredible question from Rio. And again, big shout out to Travi for absolutely nailed. You'd be a great educator, Travi, based on just that, the response to that question. That's a very elegant and straightforward way of putting what took me 5 minutes to say. So strong work on the answer there. And Rio, phenomenal question. Just a great question. I love chewy questions like that. But in any case, we're like 90 minutes on cue here. I do apologize, guys. We get a little distracted sometimes, but I appreciate excellent questions. Cinematic Queen. So it's the triads that explain the modal feel. Yes, exactly. That's exactly right. Pedal tone on X pulls the whole center Yeah, I mean, a pedal tone could do it, or just, again, anything where the melody is really focused on one of those notes of a triad. And sometimes you need more melodic context to look at longer, the longer chunk of the melody to really parse it out. But yeah, 90% of the time, well-written melodies are going to resolve to one of your triadic, one of the three notes in your triad, right? And that'll really tell you what's going on there. Awesome. Cinematic Queen, thank you so much for your patience. I really appreciate it, and welcome in. It's work in progress, unmastered, inspired by ancient dark fantasy massive battles. Really cool. Well, we do a fair amount of that around here on work days. Experience music theory, level 8. Awesome. Working in Reaper. Very cool. Love my Reaper friends. Mostly looking for feedback on mix and master. Okay. Duly noted. And just generally film score vibes here. I will answer that in just a moment here, Blanken, because it's a good question. Put simply, versatility is why I use Studio One. And Cinematic, I may skim through this a little bit because it's a little bit long, but it's not because I don't want to listen to it. What string libraries are you using, by the way? Cinematic, what string libraries are you using on this?
Major_Max wants feedback on their song.
What's up, Major Max? Interesting. All right. Overall, very nice. Are you still in here, Cinematic Queen? I'm curious what string libraries you're using for your string sounds here. I think overall it's good. Yes, you're here. Okay. Yeah. What string libraries are you using? Like Musio or Composer Cloud or Spitfire or I think it starts really strong. Lovely solo cello sound. And then it's got a good vibe, a lot of good movement ideas. I think where it starts to Sol Ponticello, yeah. So what company, like what library are you using? So like there's like, Composer Cloud from East West. There's this like various Spitfire libraries like Albion One and BBC Orchestra and all that stuff. And like what plugin or library are you using? That's mainly what I'm curious about off the bat. No, but I think it starts really strong. It's beautiful solo cello. It builds well, but I think once we hit about this point right here, it's all good ideas. It's kind of playing around all in there. But from 2 to 5 minutes, it's basically just like it's static eighth notes in the cello and basses. And then some layers are coming in and out, but it's doing essentially the same general harmonic movement. It's always kind of just different suspended voicings over a D minor. And I think it feels from 2 to 5 minutes, it feels relatively flat to me. Like it's just kind of one 30-ish second, 45-ish second idea that's getting repeated a bunch. And it's like choir, other of these elements are coming in. But I would really love, and this is where it really gets into composing, right? I would love to hear, currently working on, yeah, for sure. I would love to hear it go more places. Yeah. So there's all kinds of things that you can do here. One of my favorites is to go up to in kind of a what we could call like a Lydian Dorian sound, or like a minor with a sharp 4. So you'd get like the D minor, and then you'd also get like an E dominant in there, up to an F major, back down to D. Just start moving that harmony around. And continue with, you've got great dynamic here. It starts solo cello, then it builds a little bit, then it strips back down. Keep that shape going. Have it drop out and build. Like it feels like it ramps beautifully. It gets to a nice place. It dips, and it feels like we're on a great journey. And then it just kind of flatlines. And for the rest of the piece, it's just kind of dynamically at one level. So there's room for it to get a lot bigger. There's room for it to go small again. Yeah, so there's definitely room there. I'm also curious how you bounced this, because I hear a lot of digital compression, much more than I normally hear with SoundCloud. So I'm wondering if you bounced this as like an MP3 originally. And you might want to check your export settings and make sure that you're not exporting as like a low quality MP3 file. Because it sounds very, very heavily digitally compressed, not like, mastering compression or whatever, but like digital file compression. And which loses a lot of detail. And that's also kind of one of the hallmarks of like stuff that's been done with AI is like really heavily, just MP3, not WAV. Yeah, for sure. I would always, if you possibly can, export in WAV. Just because like it can be hard to, especially in really nuanced orchestral stuff like this, it could be, no, I don't think it's AI etudes. It can be, it just takes a lot of detail out of it. It can make it kind of it can make it hard to hear, hard to hear detail, especially in like voicings and like choirs and stuff. It just makes it more difficult to hear. So I would, even if it's just like a quick bounce, I'd always use WAV, because it's lossless and it just, I know the files are bigger, which is kind of annoying, but it's just, it helps a lot. But yeah, so I mean, that would just kind of be overall thoughts. I think more dynamic in the, again, that 2 to 5 minute space, more chord movement. It's a nice vibe that you've got. What's up, Errol? Good to see you again. How's it going? It's a really nice vibe that you've got. I just, I want more. I want more movement. I want it to go some new places as opposed to just those same, couple of movements and ideas. So, but overall, strong work. It's definitely a nice theme. Fits the bill in terms of the, in terms of like a dark fantasy kind of battle piece. Oh, thank you. Yes. Yes, OGG definitely is much better quality than MP3 as well. OGG just isn't recognized by everything. It's kind of an unusual file format. But fun fact, all game deliveries take place in OGG. Whenever I'm delivering anything for a game, it's almost always in OGG. Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you for sharing, man. I appreciate it. Very, very nice work. Okay. We're going to keep things cooking here and keep on moving. Production Suitcase. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Urzt. Let's see here. Production Suitcase. Are you still with us? I'm looking at who is in chat, and it does not appear that Production Suitcase is with us any longer, which, I understand. Sometimes it takes me a long time to get to feedback. Yes, I'm not seeing, I can't even tag them, so they might have dipped a while ago. We will still leave them in queue, just in case they circle back around, but we are going to move right along, since I'm not seeing them in here. Rio, you are up next, my friend. Let's take a look at Rio's track. Working in FL, looking for feedback on mix, master, composition, sound choices, so sort of everything. But yes, Rio. I think Rio's still in here, right? Oh yeah, Rio's in here. Rio, it's your turn. I choose you. Exceptional. This is exceptional, man. Great groove. Really, really great groove. And yeah, great guitar. I'm assuming it's a guitar sample. Really, really nice. So bass wise, yes, there's definitely room for that. bass to me is kind of two things here. There's note choice, Trillion. Maybe not. I mean, Trillion could get something. There's note choice, and then there's sound, right? I would go with something smooth. I would go with maybe a monosynth. I would just play bass on something like this. I mean... Good bass, yeah, like it's half sound, but it's also half note choice. And bass lines, really great bass lines, especially something in this style, is all about thinking about the chords, right? And then building a bass line that really leads nicely through the chords. This is why, if you can, even if it's just a plug-in of a real bass, I think like a bass guitar sound here would be I'm a bass player, so it's the first thing I'm reaching for, but I think it would definitely be fitting here, doing something a little bit more melodic, because the rest of the beat and like the guitar is really nice, and it's repetitive, but I don't think that's a problem because it's nice sounds, it's well put together. But it's an opportunity for you to do something more melodic in the bass. Something really, really melodic like that, I think, would be strong here. So real bass could also be a monosynth, like a Moog. But yeah, licks, glides. Not even necessarily that much movement, but something in that direction. Outlines D minor, B flat, and that A dominant flat 9. Very D harmonic minor, this whole thing, and Phrygian dominant on the A. Is very much where we're at there. Real bass, mono bass, any library, I mean, I don't use any, so I mean, unfortunately, no. Maybe someone in chat has a good idea. I play all of my basses, so you could always message me on Discord. I would love to play on it if you need some bass, or at least give you a couple of loops or something. But yeah, or barring that, like you could do it with like a Moog, like a really smooth Moog sound could be kind of cool here, or more of an old, like just like some kind of like a vintage monosynth kind of a situation would be really cool. Yeah, you know, just something smooth and something melodic, something that's outlining those chord tones. You could even experiment if you played guitar. Put an, like, play a bass line on your guitar, put an octaver on it, drop it down an octave, and then like run it through like a bass amp sim. You can get pretty convincing bass tones that way. And you can do some very cool stuff. I do that plenty. So you could experiment with that. But yeah, I think that's what I would reach for in that circumstance. Beyond that, yeah, like the groove is great. The guitars are all very, very cool. If you don't have a vocal on it, I definitely think there could be, ear candy, more dynamic layers coming in and out, all that kind of stuff. But assuming that at some point a vocal will go on, I think it's an excellent bed. An excellent bed. And it's groovy, it's funky, it's really nice. I agree it needs something down there, and those would be my thoughts on how to approach it. But yeah, thank you very much for sharing. I appreciate it. It sounds heckin' great, man. It sounds super, super good. Yeah, we will go ahead and keep it moving with O'Day, Owdeyh. O'Day. I think O'Day. Is O'Day still with us? I am unsure. I don't see them in chat in my little secret view here. Let's try a ping. O'Day. Nope, O'Day is not in chat with us anymore. Okay. Well, that is okay. TJ error. TJ. I just call you TJ. Are you with us, TJ? Thank you guys again for your patience. I know we're a little bit behind on cue today. We're about 90 minutes here. So I do really appreciate you guys for hanging out. Obviously, if you've got to, go somewhere and can't stick around, that's totally understandable. I know sometimes we get a little in the weeds on feedback, but I'm just trying to be helpful. I'm trying to be as helpful as I possibly can. TJ, I thought I saw TJ chatting not too terribly long ago. TJ, it looks like, has had to bounce as well. Let's try a ping. We will ping TJ, and if TJ hops back in, we will circle back around to them. RZZ, you're in here. Urzd, how would you like me to say your username? Because Urzd 00000000001, no offense, does not roll off the tongue. So should I call you Riz, perhaps? Should I be that guy? You let me know, but we will go ahead and let's check out what you got going on here. Rasta, I like Rasta. Rasta feels good. Level Riz T, right? Level 6 producer, working in FL, very good. Feedback on mixing, comp, and sound choices, excellent. No worries, Rio. Thanks for hanging out, man. Appreciate you. You have a good night as well. Thanks again for sharing. Very cool shit. This is a remix of an old school Brazilian funk song. Extracted the vocals on fader, recorded guitars, programmed drums, keys, bass. Lead instruments are a bunch of chopped samples. First track I ever mastered. Okay, really cool. Let's give it a peek from our new friend Rasta. What's up, Waylon? Very interesting. Okay. Very interesting. So Thoughts. It's dope. First of all, it's a very, very cool vibe. This feels to me like the intro to a song. I am waiting for a beat or like a full groove to drop, but it kind of doesn't happen. I would also say 117, which is the length on this, is really, really short, even kind of by SoundCloud standards. You built a really cool groove here. The bass line is killer. The guitars are killer. All of that is really, really cool. But what I want to do real quick, I'm going to jam drums to this for a second, just so you can hear what it would sound like to have like at least my idea of what a full. So yeah, let me see if I can assist in that department, because I would just drop in a killer, like a full drum groove, with a full kit behind it. And then just play with dropping that in and out, drop the vocals in and out. And just like, this is a production technique I do all the time. It's how I do a lot of my work, is I will just build a cool ass loop. That's kind of like, I look at it initially as like the maximum point of my song, right? I'm going to make essentially that like climactic end moment. And then I just loop that out and I sculpt things away from it. I take stuff out. I think in 4, 8, 16 bar phrases. That tells me where my transition points are. And I will, you can really easily build a nice vibey couple minutes out of doing that. And I think this is a prime candidate for doing exactly that. So like you could do something really busy like that. You could do something really laid back. That's like, that's a much mellower kind of approach. You could also do like more of a breakbeaty. Something like this. That'd be like a breakbeat thing. You could do a housey thing. So like there's four totally different grooves or feels that you could put over this. If you like that mellow one. Maybe some ghost note stuff in there, 30-second note stuff in there, triplets. Yeah, I don't think triplets would work very well. Blues. Anyway. But yeah, there's some ideas for you. And I think, as, hopefully you heard, to me, I just hear nothing but potential for this to drop. Like what you've got right now is a fantastic opener. It's a fantastic intro. It's a fantastic opening statement. But I just want a groove to drop in, man. Just a big soul. If you like the halftime, like that real mellow, because that's where your audience is going to be like, okay, cool. It's building. Bam. Like, and that's where they drop into it. So experiment with that. See where that takes you. You could find a sample. You could program something. You could use a more electronic kit. You could use an old funk sample or something. Just pitch it way down, slow it way down. I don't know. But yeah, I hope that's a usable idea for you because I definitely think the vibe of it is great. How you've treated the vocal is great. But yeah, that's what I would do. So. Strong work, really cool vibe. Thank you very much for sharing. I appreciate it. And hopefully that is useful to you in one way or another. Okay. Q is finally slimming down. We're out of being over an hour and a half behind. So that's nice. Avia, you are up next, followed by Travi, Yuri Dubs, Errol, Blazin, Major. And then I think, Blue is going to submit something. So thank you guys again very much for your patience. I know we're a little behind today. Usually we're not this far behind. Something is blinking. What's happened? Why are we blinking? I don't know why we're blinking. Sometimes my lights blink and something has happened to somewhere and I don't know what it is. But anyways, yes, I really, I appreciate you guys hanging out. I know it takes a bit, but again, my hope is that at least, as we're answering questions, looking at other people's tracks, maybe something I say, even if it's not your track, is helpful, informative. You learned something. Someone died. I mean, technically, you're probably not wrong. It is Earth. Like 3 people die a second or some crazy thing. So I don't know. But yeah, my hope is that it's fun to watch and you even if we're not looking exactly at your track, something interesting happens or you go, ooh, that's neat. That gives me an idea or whatever. So anyways, Avia, working in FL, mixing and mastering feedback primarily. I think everybody wants the same. So they give respect if you give the right amount of attention to each submission. Well, that's the hope, Errol. Thank you. I appreciate the thought there. And that's what we're going after. But yeah, from Avia, this is heavily inspired by Mick Gordon's work, hence the over-the-top compression. Okay. Oh, thanks, Travi. I appreciate it. Okay. Damn. Overall, really, really nice job. I think of the stuff that you've sent in over the months, Avia, this is, I think, the strongest piece I've heard from you arrangement-wise. I think it goes a lot of very cool places. I think your sound choice is really good across the board. I think that, yeah, the tones are all quite nice. I think groove is excellent. Like, all that stuff is on point. I think that, and what I want to do here actually is pull up, this is not something we always do, but let me look for something here real quick. I want to pull up an actual, like, Mick Gordon track from Doom, which is very much this vibe. And I want to listen to the, yeah, like Rip and Tear is the classic. I want to listen to the level of compression and production on this. Hang on, I got to tweak one kind of, but here, let's jump over here first of all, so that we can see a little better. And we're going to listen to this for just a second. I got to change one thing on my system. There we go. Meat hook? Okay. Let's listen to that. What I'm listening for here is the overall level of compression. And I can tell you, if we jump back over here and then directly compare. Hang on, let me get all of this stuff set back up. Hang on, one moment. Sorry. Change this back over to not that, to that, right? And we listen here. His mix is definitely compressed, but it is not what I would describe as over the top. I would describe it as more aggressive in terms of in terms of like overall mastering approaches and kind of final polish compression. But it's not it's not over the top. It's not super pumpy. And so and this is what this is very high level stuff. Well, so what you're hearing there is actually less compression on the master, and it's just a really freaking clean mix. So this is what's really interesting is like it's kind of it is a common thought, and it's an easy thing to kind of I don't want to call it a common mistake because it's not even necessarily a mistake, but it's easy to be like, oh, compression makes things sound bigger and more in your face, and so if I just go over the top with compression, I'm going to get a really slamming mix, and that's like that can work. But usually what it results in is actually a less punchy, less like aggressive sounding mix. Because what compression fundamentally does is it tries to control the volume level of the output, right? Whatever that output is, whether it's a single element or an entire track, it's a volume robot. And so when you throw really aggressive compression, it starts going, whoa, and trying to control and ride the whole signal. Well, that signal includes all those big, beautiful, punchy transients that make mixes feel punchy. So this is where, like, if you can get your mix sounding really aggressive and really in your face with zero compression at all on the master, this is why I always say, don't produce, like as you're producing, as you're mixing, have nothing on your master bus. Leave your master bus completely, your master output completely empty and at 0 dB. Get your mix to where you have good headroom and it's super punchy and super in your face. Then worry about compression. Don't try to use a master bus compressor or any compression or effects or clipping or anything like that on your master to compensate for lack of punch, lack of transient clarity, lack of distortion, lack of presence, lack of balance elsewhere. That final stage of compression is more typically about volume normalization of the whole track and less about tonal shaping. It absolutely can be about tonal shaping, and that you get into as you understand to do it. But your best approach is always to get your mix to where it's super, super, like it's what you want before you reach for any tools on the master bus. Because what's happening here, Avia, is it's a killer track, but you have a lot of pumping and a little bit of distortion and artifacting because you're hitting the master compression so heavily. These middle sections where the drums aren't in feel really, really clean, and those feel great. But this, like the full heavy, everything's kind of fighting for sonic space a little bit. Everybody's pushing into that compressor pretty hard, and they're all kind of going, no, me, no, me, no, me. I'm the focus. No, I'm the focus. And that's what ends up happening when you're trying to get your compressor to ride everybody all at the same time. I would get Mick Gordon's mixes and other mixes like that sound clean because it's an insane mix that is super punchy and super in your face as well. And they've treated the drums with a fair amount of compression and gotten the drums super, super punchy and present. And then the guitars super punchy and present. And they're all balanced really well. And by the time you're putting anything on the master, it already sounds great. You've already won the war. It's a little bit of polish. It's a little bit of, that final layer of glue and sheen that brings everything together. And yeah, pumps it all out a bit and makes it, a little bit more in your face. But that's it. Most of that vibe is not coming from the master. That's coming from individual treatment of elements of the mix and then everything being balanced really, really well. So I think that is where... Yeah, I would recommend that because all your sounds are great. Like, again, it's like this is really my only piece of feedback for you is just that I know what you're going for with that compression, and it's not, I don't think it's good. Like, I think you will be a lot happier with it if you go this approach that I'm talking about, as opposed to trying to solve the problem with just a shitload of master bus compression. Because that can sound cool sometimes if you want something that feels really out of control. And kind of crazy, but what I love about Mick Gordon's stuff is it is so clean. It's so clean, but it's also so aggressive. And that comes from, again, a great mix that's really well balanced and leveled. Each individual element is treated really, really well. And then the master is just kind of there as icing on the cake. It's not doing any of the foundational work, right? That was my other kind of thought here. The filter sweeps are cool, but I might try to think of a different, maybe you do a band pass as opposed to just a low pass and then pull it off. It feels a little sudden in a few spots and it affects the volume so much. I think it would be cool to do that once or twice. I like where it is. I like all the spots you selected for it, but I would try to think of maybe it's a low pass once, and then the next time it's a band pass, and then the next time it's like a global bit crusher, and then just like a few different effects that you can reach for to do those little transitional moments. They're in great spots. I just think that low pass is such a specific sound, and going for that every single time, I feel like there could be a little more interest there. Do a more clear master, less compression on the master, more compression on the instruments. If the instruments need more compression, they might not. You might find that if you just take that master compressor off, bring everything back to where you have good headroom, and then just listen to it that way, that might be all you need. Because like the drums sound pretty fucking slamming. I don't think necessarily the drums themselves need more compression. It would be helpful to hear it without the master on it, right? But yeah, I'm less getting at like a really specific chain or like really specific approach. I'm more just, like encouraging that kind of thinking, right? Fix problems in the mix, fixing things or going for really like aggressive specific things in the master is always going to have unintended side effects, essentially. But yeah, again, circling back around, none of that is to say it's not great, because it is great. It's really well put together. I love the textures. I love the grooves. Great sound design. Nice choices across the board on that front. Guitars are screaming. Drum groove is great. All the dynamic sections where it's dropping, where it's building is all lovely. So excellent job on all of that. Just some other thoughts for you. And like compression's kind of the kind of the final boss for a lot of people of production, because it's a tricky thing to get right, and it's something you really have to train your ears to hear what compressors are doing and why different compressors sound different from one another, because it's a very subtle and kind of hard to understand thing, right? So I see it a lot, and that's why we spend a fair amount of time sometimes talking about it, because it's an important thing. But thank you again very much for sharing, man. I would love to hear it as you continue to work on it, because I think it's sick as fuck. It sounds great. So yeah, thanks for sharing. I appreciate it. Travi, you are going to be up next. Oh, wait, why didn't it change? Thing. Hang on. Let me do something here real quick. Oh no. The overlay, it broke again. No. Oh, I wonder if SoundCloud's doing this 404 thing. Hang on, let me check something here real quick in the background. No, it's working there. Hang on. Explorer of music. How you doing? Good to see you. Can you do me a favor, Travi, and post your SoundCloud link in chat? We can just listen to it that way. I'm going to try to get this working here, but it does not appear that it wants to work. No worries, man. Sorry. This is Supertonic, our wonderful moderator, who is not in here at the moment, is helping me build this feedback queue, and it's working real great most of the time. But occasionally it is encountering issues. So we are still working out the kinks. Hopefully we'll be back up in a second, but we will just jump over here and click this button, followed by that button, followed by that button. And then we'll just do it this way. Arabic, I believe, is the language here. Did you do the beat yourself, Travi, or is it just your vocal? Gotcha.
كله كلام بس كتير بعيد ايدي على وسطك بص في عينك بص الرسالة وصلت أنا فهمتك انتي عايزة تعيشي حاجة different بس مش فارقة معايا ولا معايا أنا بحكيلكوا حكاية عشان محتاج انتوا ودنا زميلي في السماعة بعد السنة باخد بالشم
Really cool textures. I love hearing rap in Arabic because Arabic is such a, from an English-speaking perspective, the syllables and pronunciations of things in Arabic, which I know like 4 words in Arabic. Shukran, marhaba. It's a beautiful language, and the pronunciations are so like chewy and interesting. It's just a really cool texture from like an English speaking ear to hear it in rap. It always makes me smile. No, overall, this is really strong. I think it's well balanced overall. The main thing that I really want here is more lead vocal by somewhere between like 3 and 5 dB. And I think all your vocal production is really good, but it's maybe a little, like I would bring the production, so your delays, your reverbs, down a little bit and bring your leads up. I think EQ wise, I want more like mid-range and low mid. Now, I think more like mid-range, true mid-range, 500 to 1,000 hertz. Somewhere in that region, I feel like I want more of that in your vocal. It feels a little scooped. It feels a little, we call it like smiley face, where it's like it's good low end and then really good top end, but like the middle of the spectrum on the voice is kind of missing. So yeah, I would pull verbs, delays back, that main lead vocal forward, add a little bit of like a wide Q, EQ bump, try around 500, 750, 1,000, somewhere in there, just to make it a little like richer sounding, unless it feels a little thin at the moment. But like performance wise, the tone of your voice is really nice. I don't speak Arabic, but I can tell that if I did, I would be able to understand everything you're saying. So that's really good. I think the amount of vocal production is great. I think it's very tasteful vocal production. I think the rest of the mix is well balanced. You could maybe bring like hi-hats and snare up a tiny bit. Yeah, because like even right there, you can hear like you've got all those delays going on, which are very cool, but they're kind of at the same volume as the lead vocals. And I would take those and, right now they're here, the lead, delays, verb, all that stuff. I want them like here because those delays are texture and they're really nice, but the actual vocal should be what's the most prominent, and that vocal production stuff should be flavoring, kind of spice, that's a little more in the background. But yeah, the rest of the mix feels clean. The low end's good. Kick is punchy. Maybe it's, like I said, touch more hi-hats and snare would be nice. And also, I'm not sure, we were talking about exports a little while ago. This feels like maybe it was an MP3 export as well. Just always, I know WAV files are big. Always do WAV files. It just always sounds better. And unless you really understand the settings on exporting MP3s and to do a 320K bit rate and, a constant bit rate, not variable bit rate, all that kind of stuff, just do a WAV file. It's bigger, it's annoying, but it's also going to sound the best that it can, and you're not going to have any of those digital compression artifacts. And when you're uploading to SoundCloud, YouTube, these other platforms, they're already doing a lot of digital compression. So if you have a lower quality MP3 rip, that's going to compound with then SoundCloud's compression, then being streamed and all this other stuff. And it reduces the quality a lot. So I just always, this goes for everybody, any genre of music, doesn't matter, always bounces a wave. Just, yes, it's annoying that it's like 30 megs instead of 4, but it's just the quality difference is massive a lot of the time. So, yep, for sure. No, I understand, man. Absolutely. But yeah. So, but no, really, really, really nice overall. It's good, dynamic. It goes lots of places. Your rhythm, I really like the rhythm of your vocal. I think your timing's really tight, which is good. So, but thank you very much for sharing, man. Super cool. I love hearing something in Arabic. Okay, we are homing in on the end of Q here. We have just 4 left. We've got Yuri, Errol, Blazin, and Major Max. I know Blue, I think, was saying he wanted to submit something as well. But I was going to say, Explorer. I'm training with Bitwig at the moment. I like the look and feel of things. I'm comparing DAWs, but I'm looking for something to help with vocals. Interesting. Yes, Blazin, you are 3rd in Q. I was just reading Q for everybody. Bitwig is very cool. Bitwig's extremely creative. Bitwig works kind of wonky compared to other. I'm glad, Travi. Thanks, man. I'm very glad it is helpful. Bitwig works in a kind of a wonky way, like the grid and like the way it's a very creative, kind of quirky DAW. I like it a lot. I think it's a lot of fun. It was missing some features that I needed. I wanted to move into Bitwig because it's so stable on Linux. But it was just not, it was missing a little bit in the, particularly string scoring really doesn't work very well in Bitwig, but that's like a super niche use case. Vocal stuff, I think most DAWs can handle vocals well. That I find to be more of like a kind of a plugin integration situation. So like DAWs that have ARA, integration, like where you can have Melodyne, as like loaded into the DAW, like in Studio One, I can pull up any file and just like add Melodyne to it in the DAW. So like if I just grab, I don't know, whatever, we'll just record a few seconds of audio. Let's pretend that this file, it doesn't have anything in it, but just ignore that. Let's pretend this is a vocal, right? I literally hit Control M, and Melodyne pops up as like an integrated part of the DAW. This is what we call ARA integration. This is like it's a special kind of plugin setup, basically, is what it is. That for vocals is so useful. Multiple different DAWs can do. Oh my God! Whoops! Just destroy my whole OBS setup real quick. Why don't I? Oh God! What did I do? I accidentally clicked on OBS, and it just screwed everything up. 1 second. Turn off Snap. Okay. No. Oh God. OBS, what happened? There we go. That's fine. It's very distracting. Yes, that's very, very helpful for vocals. And then having good plugins like Silk from Waves, Soothe, the really good like vocal processing plugins is really helpful. But again, that's more plugin dependent and slightly less DAW dependent, because like any DAW with ARA integration can use Melodyne in that way. So I like Studio One because somebody asked earlier also why I choose Studio One. And it really comes down, it's just very versatile. It can do a lot of what a lot of other DAWs can do. It has really great MIDI implementation. It has good beat programming implementation. It has really good scoring implementation that's really similar to how scoring works in Cubase. It's got like drum pattern sequencing stuff like FL does. It's kind of a greatest hits, jack of all trades kind of a situation, which is why I like it so much. But anyways, yeah, that is what I would look out for in terms of DAW if most of what you want to do is vocals. Yeah, of course. Thanks for hanging out, man. Yuri Dubs, you are up next. We're going to jump over here real quick and see if our overlay is perhaps fixed. It is, yay. I wonder if it's just one type of SoundCloud link then. Or maybe SoundCloud's having issues today. I don't know. But the important thing is it's working again. Yuri Dubs, are you with us, friend? Are you about? Are you here? Are you present? because it is your turn. How exciting is that? Isn't that just so exciting? I certainly think it's exciting. At Yuri Dubs. At Yuri Dubs. Paging at Yuri Dubs. Ooh-da-da-doo, we'll play piano for a second. No Castlevania style? No, probably not. Off the top of my head, no way. Well, Yuri Dubs might not be in the house here, which is okay. ASMR, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know if Yuri is with us. I see them in chat, but they might be AFK. Yeah, I feel the same way, Blazin. All right, well, unfortunately, we're gonna jump past Yuri here. But if Yuri circles back around, we will absolutely check out their track. Errol, we are going to jump into yours. And then we have just two left after this: Blazin, followed by Major Max, and then we will get out of here for the evening. Yeah, let's check out. Let's check out Errol's track. Konak, how's it going? Hello. Yuri, I'm so sorry. I was pinging you and calling you, but you were perhaps AFK for the moment. No, just paste your link in chat for me. We'll check it out right after we're done with Errol's here. It's all good. All good. Probably not Blazin. Probably not Blazin. I'll let you know. We're going to skim a bit here, Errol. Not that I don't want to hear the whole thing, but it is a bit long. Ooh. Very cool textures in the break. Very cool textures. Nice ramp back up at the end. Oh, don't you worry, Gary. Toast is getting lots of pets. Is up front with my husband, and we have a house guest, my husband's friend Ashley, who is here for a couple of days. So he's getting all the love in the world. Don't you worry. Honestly, Errol, this is great. Sound design is excellent. There's lots of really interesting stuff going on. Obviously, it's very, psytrance vibes. So it's very like in the groove. But this is a great example of a track where like it's long and it's repetitive because it's appropriate for the genre, but it's not repetitive in the sense that it goes a lot of different places. If I jump around from front to back, I just jumped to 5 random points there. Each one felt distinct. Each one felt unique, even though it's similar sounds and stuff. You're doing the thing that I talk about all the time when it comes to arrangement, of like just little textures coming in, going out. Even if you've got a long track, even if it's a more repetitive genre or style, every 16 bars something changes. Every 8 bars something changes. It's this little subtle, a little hi-hat shows up, a shaker shows up, a new pad layer shows up, subtle things, and it makes the whole thing breathe and evolve in a really organic way. You've nailed that. Mix sounds great. It's punchy, but it's clean. Your kicks are really tight. Side chaining's not over the top. Low end is quite clean. You could use like maybe a tiny bit more sub on the bass. That made bass sense. Like if we isolate that part of the mix, there could be a slightly stronger sub fundamental down there. But it's not a deal breaker. It's really well balanced. You're controlling like 200, 250, those like build up points really, really well. This is great, man. Very, very polished, very well executed. Master's sitting right where it should. -7, -8, nice and punchy, nice and forward. Yeah, it's great. I have zero complaints on this. Excellent job. Excellent job. It's for what it's worth. You say work in progress. I say sounds great. If you have like specific stuff that you want to hear more from it, and I love the break too. The break is really cool. I guess you could think about like a more. It kind of goes to like the break goes to real ambiance. And then there's like one synth that comes in, it goes straight back into the groove. You could think of more of a ramp up with some percussion into the back half after that break. I guess could work. But yeah, I mean, it's a really well executed track, very polished, very pro level. Sounds excellent. So great work. No other thoughts. Did we get a follower? Am I not getting a notice? It would appear somebody has followed. If somebody followed, and the thing didn't pop up, thanks for following. That's the follower light queue, but I'm not seeing anything in notifications. Yeah, great job, Errol. A+. 10 out of 10. Check plus or whatever we used to do on report cards when we were kids. Great job. And that's going to bring us to Blazing Beats. Yes, good. It's working. I love it. Blazin', how's it going, man? Always good to have you in here. You helped inspire this. Oh, that's so delightful. I'm so glad I helped inspire something. Oh, well, thank you, Major Max. I appreciate that.
The corrupt elite have been harvesting our data and our lives while slowly erasing our liberties.
Oh, shit. Yuri, I'm so sorry. Blazin', can you hang on 1 second? I totally forgot to circle back to Yuri. This is why we got to have the don't forget Yuri. Yes, 100%. I'm so sorry, Yuri. We're gonna do Yuri real quick, and then we'll get to you, Blazin'. Thank you for reminding me and calling me out. The queue system is not perfect. We try our best. Hang on. Yes, yell at me if I fuck things up, please. By all means, it's very helpful. It's funny. Sorry, Yuri Dubs, you're up next. Control Z.
Yuri. Music for the deaf.
Yes, it's you.
Dubstep. Music for the deaf.
That's a very cool sound. Nice. You sampled Eleanor Rigby, absolutely. Interesting. This is really well put together. I like this a lot. I love the Eleanor Rigby. That's fantastic. Is that the same sample? No. There's a sample in there that I can hear. There's a vocal, but it's like very just like gone. It's very affected out. I think overall it's like that's not the Beatles. That's Playboy Cardi. 2026. I think two main thoughts for you. One, I would, another follower. Why are we not getting follower notifications anymore? Whoever just followed, thank you very much. You're lucky number 550. I'm not getting notifications for followers apparently. So let me know who you are. I don't know what broke, but something broke. The internet is wonky today because the entire eastern seaboard of it's you. Hello. Dwenex? Dwenexe? Dwenexe? Hello. How's it going? Thanks for tuning in. You're lucky number 550. The internet's acting weird today because the entire eastern seaboard of the U.S., which is where I'm located in New York City, is under 2 feet of snow. So things are breaking everywhere. I think the vibe here, Yuri, would like the vibe. What I was going to say, I want more like fundamental clean sub. There's like all the rip and texture, but like the really low end pure kind of sub frequency is there, but it's like a little distorted and a little bit muddy. So I want that to be a little more chesty, a little bit more present. I also think, so you may already be doing this, but what I've been doing recently, if I'm doing really sound designy basses, is I'll have a fully separate bass that I put the same part on, the same MIDI on, and literally just pull up Vital and just set a pure sine wave. And that way you have your really sound designy thing. Don't worry about getting that really clean and subby. Let that be sound designy and wacky, and then have a separate bass that is just pure sine. And that way, gotcha. Okay, yeah, so you're already doing that. Yeah, I mean, and then it just becomes a thing of like balancing. And if you've got a lot of clipping on your master, that can sometimes, I might try to clip elsewhere. Or like set up a group where you want your clipping to go, a bus. That's the like Destructo bus, so that you can keep some things separate from it. And kind of blend them and have things that are not hitting a clipper, anywhere in the chain, to keep things really, really keep the things that you want clean, and then the things that you want wrecked. And actually, that's a good segue into my second thought for you on this, which is I love the dynamic, but it's like this stuff is very quiet in comparison to the sound designy stuff. So that's nice because it helps the sound designy stuff hit really hard. But I do think it could be a little bit leveled out. Over on YouTube, Anonymous B, are we doing reviews on tunes? Yes, we are doing feedback for producers in our community is what we're up to today. So a little bit of leveling there could be cool. And again, that's where maybe having instead of clipper on the master, a bus that's like, this is the clipping bus, and send or a group, group track, send everything that you want Destructo mode to that, and then have second, 2 or 3, however many more buses for cleaner stuff, and then level your mix from there, as opposed to get everything level and then just try to hit everything and, slam everything into a clipper on the master. So, Anonymous, I have songs you would like feedback on. Great. If you head over to the Twitch side, Anonymous, into my Twitch chat, twitch.tv/anathanscott, you can jump into the feedback queue. They're more than welcome. I'd be happy to check out a track. We usually do one per person per stream. So yeah, I think that could be something you could investigate and play around with, Yuri. My other thought was the main sound design-y yuck is cool. It gets, you're doing different stuff with it in the back half. I would see if there's a way you can make that. It's just kind of that one. It's very bracing. It's really aggressive and brutal, but it doesn't feel like it really changes ever. It's just yuck. So if there's a way to change the character of that as time goes on a little bit more, I think that would be cool as well. Yeah, it gets a little samey after a little while. It's a good part, and where you've got the filter is really, really good. I think it's just the character of it. If you can like evolve that or morph that a little bit, maybe how much distortion there is on it, or how much, whatever chain you have going on there. If you can alter parts of that, automate it over time, I think it'd do a lot. But it's really well put together. I like that you just have a couple of brutal sections and then a lot of very open
Music for the deaf
stuff. Also, that tag, the music for the deaf, Yuri Dubs tags are a little loud. I'd bring those back, just balance-wise. But I like the balance of all that. I like the little drum and bass sort of breakcore vibe there. I love that you sampled Eleanor Rigby. That's really fucking cool. That's really, 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 really cool. And I'm tempted to say, like, bring that in earlier in the tune, but also I kind of don't want you to, because it's such a cool nod at the end. So yeah, I just love that. But it's really polished, man. It's really, really well put together. It's nice. It's a strong track. Thumbs up. Thank you very much for sharing. But let's see here. Let's see if I could get back to Blazons. I think we can. Yes, we can. But yeah, so that was from Yuri. Thank you again for sharing, my friend. We'll jump back over here. Excellent. And then yes, we've got Blazon. We will get back to Blazon's track. Sorry for cutting you off there, Blazon, but I totally forgot. Totally forgot we were supposed to do Yuri there. Hang on, let me fix this. There we go. Yeah, I'm kind of bad at that sometimes, to be honest.
The corrupt elite have been harvesting our data and our lives while slowly erasing our liberties. The underground resistance must rise if we are to maintain our individuality and freedom. We will not become a member and owned by corporations.
Oh yes, we're in the same boat there.
The underground resistance must rise if we are to maintain our individuality and freedom.
Well, I love the
We
message.
will not become a number and owned by tech corporations.
I obviously love the message. Okay. That's very neat. I can definitely hear a bit of me in there. That's really cool, man. Overall, it's nice. Real quick, over on the YouTube site, ACG Music, how do I drop mine for reviews? If you head over to the Twitch side of things, twitch.tv/ANathanScott, you will be able to hop into feedback from there through the chat command, !feedback. But it only works on the Twitch side. I'm so sorry. It's really cool. I think that, again, like we talk about evolution and all this stuff. Like when I jump from here, I'm jumping from 1 minute to 3.5 minutes to, 2 minutes, and it's all feeling a little bit samey. I think that's where you have the most room to grow and to build it out a little bit more. Because it's a very cool groove. It's very cool loops. I like your sound design choices a lot. But it kind of gets into a groove that feels like we're 45 seconds to 1.5 minutes into the track. And then it doesn't really move on from that into anything that feels like it gets bigger or whatever. Like, and there could be a lot of different things that you could reach for there. I would go my kind of classic tried and true giant piano with reverb. We get into this back half. Something like that, a big melodic element up there could be nice. Getting some more intricate groove stuff going on could be really, really nice. "30-second notes to come in. That could be really nice. Chopped up breakbeats could be nice. I definitely feel like, and we'll talk about mix in a second because I have a few thoughts there, but like more snare. The snare feels very, very far away. It's very low in the mix at the moment. Because it gets to a really nice place, and then it just kind of stays statically in this like kind of mid-build / initial groove spot. It doesn't feel like it ever really gets into like big, giant, kind of climactic meat of a tune. You know what I mean? So like, even I know my thoughts on this stuff always are filtered through the lens of like me playing a drum kit, which is not, how most people do their drums, but big ass beats. That. It's hard to do in this cardigan. Yeah. Concussion change the pattern of the drums. Yes, definitely. All that kind of stuff. And just think of how you can keep building and building and building and building. That's why I love my kind of hack for that. And why I always go for this is because blending a more acoustic, doesn't even have to be acoustic, but like this kind of a drum groove and then a very programmed kind of a drum groove works so well because you can start with either one. For the whole first half of your tune, have something just programmed. And then you drop in like a breakbeat sample, a rock drum sample that's been really heavily processed. Something like that. And you have a very electronic side, you have and a very organic side. And they play really well together. They reinforce each other really well. And it's kind of like a shortcut to like immediate evolution in your track. And immediately like, okay, we're grooving. This is cool. We got a good drum groove. This is nice. Then maybe there's a break and then those acoustic drums come in or vice versa. You started with acoustic, you're like, this is cool. And then a big heavy program beat comes in and it makes the listener go, oh shit. Like it suddenly just amps everything up. Yeah. And it's, it takes a little bit of practice to know how to layer them right and how much to compress them. And like, a lot of times I find myself doing that, but then like the kick drums are fighting each other. So I'll do a high pass on like the acoustic kit. Or if I'm adding the electronic beats later, I won't use kick at all. And I'll focus on getting a good kick sound out of the like acoustic loop or whatever it is. Because the kicks can fight each other. That's like a really common problem. But yeah, like that's and it doesn't even have to be electronic and acoustic drums. It could be two different programmed kits, for instance. It could be two different acoustic loop type kit sounds. Just the idea of having kind of two main groove chunks that are copacetic. Almost think of it like layering a kick sample, right? Taking a kick that has good low end, a kick that's got good attack, and blending them together, get one really nice coherent kick sound. Same thing can apply to your whole groove, right? So, because yeah, I want this to build and build and arrive in this like huge epic place by the end of it. And I think that's where it's got room to grow. Other than that, mix-wise, yeah, snare feels low. I would also say, it sounds to me, let's check pure low end here real quick. Yeah. So you've got some like woof in the low end, and so I'm wondering, my normal approach is I high pass literally everything in my sessions when I remember to, which I should all the time. I said this earlier, but do as I say, not as I do, because sometimes I forget. But I high pass everything in my mix, every synth, every guitar, everything, except bass and kick. And even if I have a big, rich sound that has a lot of low end to it, I'll high pass it up to like 100 or 60 or 120 or something like that. Because the more you can clean up that sub region, that's really what gives you really tight, clean low end. Is because sometimes you'll be playing a synth and you're like, oh, it's I'm playing chords on the, I'm playing up here. That's not particularly low endy, but if you look on a frequency analyzer, there's a little bit of 60 hertz in that. Subharmonics and noise in the samples and, there's all kinds of stuff that causes it. But there's a little bit of 60 hertz in there. Suddenly you start stacking a bunch of synths, stacking a bunch of samples, and you get buildup that you don't hear on any individual element, but you get buildup in that low end region that smears everything and reduces low end transient definition, reduces definition of the sub fundamental and the bass. The stuff you normally don't hear. Exactly. So I would go through your session and just double check, stick high passes, even if it's just at 80 hertz or 100 hertz, stick high passes on everything. And roll it all the way up, listen, and roll it up until you're just barely starting to hear it affect the fundamental tone of that element. And that's where you're usually good. And you'll be shocked how much that cleans up your low end. So that would be my thoughts for you kind of across the board there. Oh, right. We still have this on.
While slowly erasing our liberties.
But I love the message. I love I don't know where you found that sample or if you made that, but the vocal thing is fantastic. And yeah, like the sound design, the production, all that shit is great. We're getting all these follows, but I'm not getting notifications. What's going on? The stream element's just down. Part of a pack I purchased. Nice. Well, I love that. I love the message of the vocals. So that's very cool. It's great, man. It's a really it's a great starting point, great concept. There's a ton of stuff to love about it. But yeah, more evolution, clean up low end, more snare. And I think you'll really have something something very, very, very polished on your hands here. CSSSSSSSSSSSSS443. How's it going? I also like what they did with the vocal sample. I like it very much. It's very, very neat. But thank you, as always, for sharing, Blazin. And we have just one more here, which is Major Max. Major Max, are you in the house? How's it going? Effects on that vocal? I don't know. Blazin can tell you. Probably a little reverb, a little delay, maybe a chorus, sounds like, perhaps. But it might also just be part of the original sample. Major Max is in the house. I love it. A new friend of the channel. All right, let's check out what you got here. Yes, VODs will be available for 30 days after we are done streaming. I have roughly 40 to 50 hours in music production, so relatively new. Welcome to the club. Very cool. Though I play piano by ear for 7 years, self-taught, I was unmotivated to produce because I found it hard to produce without vocals. Got myself a Splice test subscription for sure, so I can get some royalty-free vocals to work around. Any help mixing, mastering-wise is more than welcome. Not sure about the lead. Okay, very cool. So we're looking mix master here as well as some sound choice stuff. Excellent. Let's take a listen. How's it going, Caballo? CS, I will talk about that in just a second. Follow, how's it going? If that was you that followed, thank you. I'm not getting notifications right now. CS, if you want to post a link to that, we can check it out in a second. I can tell you what I think. Really nice work on this. Major Max. This is very, very neat. I like it. And I think especially for having such limited experience in production, it's very, very good. I think that my general, another follow. So many new follow friends here. I love it. Thank you very much. I'm unfortunately not getting notifications, so I don't know who is following. So say something in chat and be like, hey, I'm the one that just followed, so that I know who you are. But I do appreciate it. Stream Elements seems to be down, which is very annoying. And yes, we'll take a look at that in a second. Giza, how's it going? Good to see you. Thanks for the follow and thanks for stopping by. I think what I would recommend to you here, Major Max, is just so I have a couple of specific things for you, like mix-wise and stuff. But I think what I'm hearing is you've got a good handle on how to assemble things, right? I think you're working in Ableton. So, how to, yes, we are Giza, and Kabbalah as well. Yeah, feel free to, ! Feedback will get you into queue. I think that, you're Major Max, you're getting a good handle on how to like assemble grooves, how to like, edit stuff. The balance of the mix overall feels pretty good. Kind of some top line, things. The snare drum element is quite quiet. If you have a bass element in there, like a bass synth, I think you do. That's very, very quiet as well. So I would definitely bring that up. But moreover, there is a technique called sidechain compression. There's a few different ways to accomplish it, but it's basically you can set up a compressor or what we call a shaper to basically take all of the other elements of your mix and duck it, turn it down whenever your kick drum is hitting. And you may already know what sidechaining is, and so forgive me if I'm explaining something you already know what it is, but it does not sound like you have any sidechaining going on here. And sidechaining, especially for stuff like this, housey stuff, trancey stuff, techno-y generally, sidechaining is a huge part of how we get the sound that we kind of expect out of producing tracks like this. Yes, we do only do SoundCloud. There's a bunch of reasons for that, but it really just integrates really, really well on our end with the feedback queue system. It also lets me have this Ozone, my analysis and EQ compression sort of mastering suite here on your track. Yeah, there's a bunch of reasons. So, so typically you sidechain every single instrument in the track to the kick drum in house, and in kind of any general EDM production is always a very good rule of thumb. There are specific instances where you don't, but generally speaking, you sidechain everything. And that kind of leads into what I was going to say, which is, and I'm sure you're already doing this, but just watching production breakdowns. YouTube is of course an incredible resource to just learn a lot about the general vocals. Sometimes not. Kind of depends. You can try it both ways. And what you do is you set up what we call a bus, which is basically like a sub-master track that you can send individual elements to. And you create a bus that you send everything you want to sidechain to, and then you sidechain that bus to your kick drum is typically how you do it. And again, you can either set up an actual sidechain compressor, or you can use a tool like Shaperbox or Flux or something like that. Don't you have to do submaster, then mix everything in the master track? Yes, that's correct. So you send individual elements to a bus. So let's say you have like a kick drum, a snare drum, a hi-hat, keyboard, bass, and vocals. You could send your keyboard, bass, and vocals to a bus, and then your, hi-hat and snare drum to a bus. And then you would have like a vocals and instruments bus, submaster, right? And then like a hi-hat and snare submaster, and then your kick would be on its own. Then you'd be leveling those three elements into the master output. But I would just say in general, find either artists that you like and see if they have any like production breakdowns, or just guys who are generally working in styles that you like and that you want to produce, house, trance, anything like that. And just start, watching and learning, because what really is the most helpful in the production world, in the mixing world, is just kind of getting a handle. There's a lot of little tricks on how to use reverb, tricks on how to use delays, tricks on how to use compression, tricks on how to EQ things. And I think you've got a good handle on the assembly part of it. Getting a drum groove in there, getting a vocal sample in there, all the keyboard stuff, your chords, your melodies, that all sounds excellent. You've got a great handle on that. Where I think you just generally have a lot of room to grow is in that kind of production trick mixing department. Things like filter sweeps, things like automation, things like side chaining, things like, creative application of filters, delays, reverbs, more creative mixing kinds of things. Sure, I'm not familiar with him specifically, but yeah, find somebody that you vibe with, and again, I'm sure you're doing this, but and just watch and learn that stuff, and then really try to practice it and apply it. If you even just went into YouTube and were like top 10 mix tricks for house, and go find a video that's called something like that, and each one actually watch for a minute while they explain it, and then go and apply it to something. It doesn't have to be in a finished track. Just go through the motions of applying it. And see what it does, and see what you think, how it ends up sounding on your track. Because you're going to learn a ton that way, and you're going to learn what you like, what you don't like. It's just a lot of small little, it's kind of hard to be like, oh, do this and do this and do this, because it's all just, I call it vocabulary, like genre vocabulary, right? And just keep going, just keep working. You're going to get better. You're going to learn a ton. But I think again, like from a starting point, from you said only 40 or 50 hours in Ableton, you're right on track. It sounds really nice. I'm really, your melodies, all that stuff sounds good. I like the vocals that you chose. The beats sound good. I think it's just it's a matter of learning some of those mixing vocabulary things, if you will, in these styles, and then learning to apply them. That's what's going to really level you up here. So. But I appreciate you sharing. Very cool track. And again, welcome to the club. Music production's a hell of a lot of fun. I get to do it all day, every day, which is pretty neat. But yeah, Etudes, I think, I'll say, I think what helped me the fastest was to get a professional project file and study it if you can. Sure, absolutely. And then apply those tricks from the professional project in your own productions. Yeah, absolutely. And there's great resources for that out there as well. Produce Like a Pro, mix with the masters. There's a lot of stuff out there like that. So, but thank you again for sharing. Very cool stuff. Okay, so next is going to be Caballo. Major Max was the last one in queue, but we've got Caballo here as well. But before we get into that, I do just want to look at this real quick. This vibe from what was it, Rocket Man, which is Elton John. And we can talk about the mix on this real quick. I listened to many interviews with people like, come here. I listened to, oh wait, you guys can't hear that, can you? I'm sorry. We'll listen to it in a second. Listen to many interviews with people like George Martin and stuff, how they get their mixes done. And I heard how they used to do it on analog. Is analog the same as doing it on a digital master? Indeed. So I'd love to get into doing producing for a major artist, a major label. I'd love to get into doing mixing, mastering, and all that for sure. So no, to answer the first part of your question, analog and digital are kind of the opposite of one another. Digital is obviously anything that involves a computer, and you are working with sound in the digital domain. You're working with sound as it is represented as data, right? So it goes through a process that we call analog to digital conversion, or ADC for short. This is what your audio interface, if you have an audio interface, that's what that box does, is analog to digital conversion, ADC, and then the other way, digital to analog conversion, DAC, DAC for short. And what that's doing is sound, fundamentally, is the movement of air, right? It's just air vibrating and moving backwards and forwards in space. Well, that's not a digital thing. That's an analog thing. It's a thing that's in the real world. And it's kind of, you could think of it as infinite resolution, right? There's an infinite number of points for that air molecule to be as it moves back and forth. So when you see a waveform on a computer, that's literally just a graph of what the air is doing. That's a graph of what your speakers are doing as they move back and forth to reproduce the sound. Well, a computer can't think like that. A computer has to have a discrete, ones and zeros representation of that. So this is where this process of analog to digital conversion comes in. It basically takes that waveform and it puts it on a graph, and you have sample rate, which is how many slices per second it takes of like a picture, essentially, of that waveform, that movement of the air. And it has bits, which is kind of how many steps it uses. If you think of it like a spreadsheet, it's how many spots there are in the column, right? To represent that one little slice. So normally we would say we work at 44.1 kilohertz. That means every second of audio, the computer is taking 44,000 slices, and it's representing them, say, 16-bit. There's 16 values each one of those slices can have, and it recreates that waveform by doing that. This is how computers look at audio. Back in the day, we didn't have any of that. We didn't have computers in the 1970s, right? At least not in the way that we do today at all. So everything was done in the analog domain. There was no conversion happening. There's no ones and zeros. There's no bits. Everything is a pure representation of that air movement translated into electrical signals. If you've ever heard about alternating current that comes out of your wall, right? Like in America, we use 60 hertz or 60 cycle power, which is an alternating current. It's basically electricity that is going from positive to negative, flipping 60 times a second. Sound works the same way. And then again, you think of the waveform, it goes positive, it goes negative. Sound in electricity, before it goes into a computer, that's digital, right? That's not electricity, that's digital information. When you're looking at it as just electricity, it's a signal, it's an AC signal, an alternating current signal that's flipping between positive and negative. That's how the sound gets represented. So back in the day, we had analog recording studios that, obviously you'd have a musician in a room, they would perform a microphone, just like the one I'm using here. My voice is making the air vibrate. That's pushing element inside the microphone back and forth, right? However many thousands of times or hundreds of times. It's very complex. It's making the microphone thing vibrate. There's a magnet in there. That magnet is pushing and pulling and creating an alternating electrical current, which is going through the wire, right? Today, that gets turned into digital by that analog to digital converter. Back in the day, that would get sent into a mixer and then recorded onto magnetic tape, which, without getting into tape emulsion and how that all works, which is very complicated and science-y, just records that change in electrical signal using basically magnetic dust that is glued between two very thin pieces of plastic. And so when you see big old tape machine, that's what's going on. So in one of those, in the digital example here, it's a very precise, kind of perfect representation of the sound. There's no coloration. But back in the day, when everything was analog and you were going from a microphone into a mixing console through a bunch of other what we call outboard processing, like compressors, equalizers, these kinds of things, and then eventually it's going to magnetic tape, all of those elements have what we would call coloration to them. They're changing the sound a little bit. They're adding a little bit of treble frequencies. They're adding a little bit of bass frequencies. They're adding a little bit of distortion. They're coloring the sound in a certain way. And a lot of what we do in music production, if we jump over into my software here, a lot of what we do is actually trying to emulate a lot of that process. So I have all kinds of plugins that will that pretend to be or attempt to emulate, like here's J37. This is a great example. This is a digital emulation that's trying to recreate the sound of an old tape machine. So it's adding a little compression. It's adding a little distortion. It's adding these unspeakable, quiet little elements that that give things the same vibe that they would have had back in the day, recording to actual tape, right? Or same thing with something like an LA2A, which is an optical compressor. So this is a compressor that was invented and designed in the 1950s. Now here it is recreated digitally. So it's giving you the same vibe and the same kind of characteristics, if you will, as that old unit, which had big vacuum tubes in it. It was powered by vacuum tubes, which have a very particular warm, saturated, gently distorted kind of a sound to them. And so we're trying to get that kind of studio magic, that analog magic back into our pure, pristine, clinical digital signal, right? Because a computer doesn't have any coloration. It just is taking a print of the audio, and representing it perfectly, quote unquote. These devices, it's gone through tubes and wires and transformers and magnets and all kinds of crazy stuff. So if you're trying to make records that sound like they're from the 1970s, but you don't have any of that analog outboard gear, which you can still get all of it. You can use it all. You can have hybrid systems where you have an analog mixing desk, but you're also working in a computer. That's very high level stuff. I used to have a hybrid studio. Huge pain in the ass to set up. Takes forever. Sounds great. But I would recommend two things. If you want to learn about that process, and get into producing for people and kind of all that end of things, I would learn a lot about how they use to make records as much as possible, right? So learn about gain staging to tape, learn about tape saturation and compression, learn about what transformers are and what they do, learn about what tubes are and what they do, learn about how old studios used to be set up with patch bays and how an inline large format console works and why it works the way that it does, and how you use to patch inserts. Learn about how tape machines work. Eighth inch 2-track, 2-inch 24-track, 2-inch 16-track, 1/4-inch stereo master. Learn about all of that stuff because it'll give you a really good understanding of why those records sound the way that they do. And you also will learn about all of the devices and the sort of plugins, which I have a shitload of them. I have like a ton of, this is one that I use all the time. This is a plugin emulation of the what we call a channel strip, which is like one channel on a big, large format analog console. This is an emulation of the SSL 4000E, which is a very famous large format console, big, huge thing that can accept 48 different inputs from 48 different microphones and sum it all down. It's got compression and gating and a 4-band semi-parametric EQ on every single channel and yada, 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 yada. But it has a particular coloration to it that you heard on like every fucking record from the late 70s until the mid 90s. And even up till today, there's still many, many 4000 series consoles in service today in big studios. So the more you learn about that stuff and the more you understand the old ways, the way we did it before computers, you will understand what plugins and what tools you need to recreate that workflow in a modern DAW. And that is exactly what I do. I very much come from that world of working in studios like that and having gear like that. I don't have it anymore. I work in the box using exclusively software these days. But I used to have a ton of these old or the replicas really, but these old analog outboard pieces of equipment. And it's really just a process of learning what they do, understanding what they do, why they sound the way that they sound, why a solid state, op-amp based piece of kit sounds different from a tube piece of kit, understanding the different, compression architectures, Veramute, diode bridge, FET, all that stuff. It's a lot to learn. And I'm sure I'm making it sound a little bit daunting. And, to be honest, it's a lot to learn. But that's why we're called recording engineers and mixing engineers, because this used to be engineering back in the, when the Beatles were in the studio in Abbey Road in 1967. There were literally dudes walking around in white lab coats because they were electrical engineers who were running all this stuff and designing all this equipment. It is very complex. So, if you're interested in that end of things, that's why Rocket Man that's why every record from back then sounds the way that it does, because all of these different pieces of equipment, all of these different techniques were involved in the creation of it. So, that's high level audio engineering, and, is very cool and extremely interesting, but it does get very nerdy very quickly. It's something I'm obsessed with and fascinated with, but, that would be kind of the basics of where to start your journey in learning about how things were done. And it's something I recommend, kind of everybody do, because if you're interested in production, because it's good to know how stuff used to be done, and it'll give you lots of different ideas. Nowadays, we have 1,000 ways to EQ something. There's a zillion different plugins. There's super modern stuff that can do wild, impossible things that you could never have in the analog domain. And that's cool too. But you lose vibe, it just doesn't have the vibe. Anyway, I hope that was a helpful answer in one way or another. I know it was a very long answer, so I appreciate you listening to it, but I hope that makes sense. Let's get back into these last couple of feedbacks here, then we will wind down for the evening. But up next, we are going to have Caballo 420. How's it going, buddy? Working in FL Studio, looking for feedback on sound choice, mix, performance, and recording, so sort of everything. I make beats for 2 years, but you're new to writing and rapping. Okay. Learning to mix and record myself correctly. I love that, man. That's fantastic. We love doing things correctly. So I'm assuming, did you do the beat for this as well as you're rapping over it? Is that correct? Let's check out the track. Oh, Dodo's Stalker. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Beats from YouTube, okay.
De Bolívar para siempre. Bolívar va a ser la capital, va a exportar rap y música de alta calidad. Eso es lo que se propone la ZA. Joven promesa. No.
Muy bien. Bienvenidos, mi amigo. I love it. What microphone are you using?
Debe tener algo material, ni una casa para poder habitar. Quiero estar solo, perdido en el mundo, encontrar mi interior y lo que busco. Como si estoy loco, soy, pienso diferente.
For you, always, friend.
Como y armo otro para seguir el ambiente. Mi hermano consiguió cocos de alta gene. Voy a armar uno gordo para que me envenene. Yo de chico no jugaba con otros nenes. Ya de grande creo que lo pude entender. El pueblo chico tiene mucho para recorrer. Hay historias que van a hacer conocerte. Hay historias que van a hacer conocerte. La Z para siempre. Por las calles de Bolívar yo encontré mi nombre. Tu joya no son oro, eso es de cobre. Parece fácil pero lo hago desde siempre, sí. Z para siempre. Por las calles de Bolívar yo encontré mi nombre. Tu joya no son oro, eso es de cobre. Parece fácil pero lo hago desde siempre, Z para siempre. Soy la Z, joven Z. Después de algunos hechos todo me da igual. Es algo bueno y es algo malo. No tiene precio lo que valgo. Serpientes escalan mis pies, me quieren ver caer. Tuve que estar firme cuando no había nadie. Cuando estaba solo, frente al precipicio. Pude entenderlo aunque todavía no comprendo. El peso del oro equivale a talento. No digo cosas si en verdad no las siento. Me equivoqué y encontré el camino correcto. La cadena que llevo significa respeto. Significa respeto. El peso del oro equivale a talento. La Z, Por las calles de Bolívar encontré mi nombre. Tu joya no son oro, eso es de cobre. Parece fácil pero lo hago desde siempre, sí. Z para siempre. Por las calles de Bolívar encontré mi nombre. Tu joya no son oro, eso es de cobre. Parece fácil pero lo hago desde siempre, sí. Z.
I don't think it's that it's too wet.
Para siempre, Z para.
Caballo, question for you. First of all, it's nice groove. And I think the timing in particular with your voice, the rhythm of your voice is very good. Where are you holding the microphone? Are you holding the microphone right here, or are you maybe holding it a little bit far away? That's my question. Very close? Interesting. Okay. I'm wondering if there's maybe an unusual, something odd going on with your recording setup. Like maybe you don't have, because what it sounds like to me is that this sounds like it's like a webcam microphone or a phone or something. Like it does not sound like a good, like you're holding which the Shure is, that's not the nicest mic in the world, but what I'm hearing in the quality of your voice versus knowing that you have that microphone, and he said a Shure SV100, which is like a kind of a budget version of the Beta 58 or of an SM58. Like it's a just normal handheld dynamic mic, and I would expect your voice I would expect the quality of your voice to sound very, very different than it does here if you're using a microphone like that. So what I'm wondering is if there's maybe you have the wrong input selected in your software. Because the character of your voice sounds to me like it's like a webcam or a phone, and like you're very far away from the microphone. So the first thing that I would check is just to make 100% sure that you've got the microphone connected to your interface and that's the input you have selected. Because what can be tricky sometimes, especially if you're not real used to working with all this equipment and stuff, which, it takes learning. It can be complicated. I record the voice sound very low volume. Yeah, so I'm thinking, how are you connecting the microphone to your computer? Do you have an audio interface, the little box, and you go microphone into the box into the computer? Or is it microphone straight into the computer with the little plug? Or how are you connecting it? You have an audio interface. Okay, good. Yeah, the microphone could be damaged then maybe. I don't know if you got it new or if you got it used. But there's something going on. Yeah, so if there's definitely there's a problem here. You might have the wrong input selected, and it might be that because this is what can get tricky, right? If you don't have the software set up correctly, you can accidentally pick, it might be listening to your webcam instead of the microphone. And you'll sing and you'll see the sound show up because both the microphone and the webcam are picking it up. But it's not actually the microphone. It's listening to the wrong thing. So I'm wondering if that's what you've got going on here. I have a little bit, Arthas, just a little bit. I have a couple things. I only have 12 MIDI devices plugged into my system. Yeah, exactly. I think Kabbalah there's something in that's gone a little bit wrong with your recording here. Yes, it's called sarcasm. Yes, that's the first thing I would check on. I think other than that, like I said, the rhythm of your voice is good. I can't give you a whole lot more thoughts, but I would look at your recording setup because there's something about your voice that does not sound right. It sounds like it's maybe the wrong mic. And if you've got that knob, that volume knob on your microphone turned all the way up, it should be so loud and distorted. It would be really loud and not sound good. So I think there's maybe you've got something. Something's going on there. So I would say check that out, and then maybe come on back and let me know what you find out, and if I can help anymore, I absolutely will. Because we want to make. Help make your tracks as good as they can be. So that's kind of the whole deal around here. Okay, we've got a couple more that have come in here. I am going to go ahead and close queue now because I've got a podcast interview in half an hour that I got to go do, which is going to be fun. Yes, thank you for sharing, Kabbalah, and I hope that's helpful. And please come back, tell me what the situation is. Yes, you did get here just in time. We've got Giza, then we've got Arthas Dubs, then we've got Duly Noted, and that's going to do us for the evening. But yeah, at 7 p.m., I'm going to be jumping over onto Lost State Recordings YouTube channel for a live stream interview. So we're going to burn through these last couple of feedbacks here. But Giza, oh no, 4 ads. Oh no. Let me know when you're back. We are vibing for another 30 seconds. Let me know when you're ack, I said. 10 seconds left on ads. Let's see here. Okay, are we back? I think we're back. But no, Giza says you got money. I don't have money, but I have been a full-time producer and composer for almost 20 years now. So I will say, I'm very proud to say every single piece of equipment in this room was paid for by making music, which I'm extremely proud of. So that's kind of cool. But no, I'm not rich by any fucking stretch of the imagination. I make like 60 grand a year, kind of just like everybody else who has like sort of a okay career. Yeah, it was, yes, I've been 16 years. I've been full-time. I'm 35. So, anyway, not trying to brag, I guess, but I don't know. I feel like a lot of sort of like, yeah, I'm like a software developer. That seems like an average, like, yeah, it's a good job. Yeah, no, it's good. I'm very proud, and I realize I'm very lucky to get to do what I get to do. So, we're thankful. We're thankful around here. Anyways, let's keep cooking here. Giza, because I'm realizing I'm kind of, running out of time, to be honest. Let's see here. Oh, did the thing not work? Did it not work? Giza, can you post your SoundCloud link in chat, please? For some reason, my system did not like it. This feedback queue is a little bit new. Our wonderful moderator, Supertonic, has designed it all from scratch, and it works really, really well, but we're still working out the kinks on the back end. When it works, it's very slick, but yes, perfect. Okay, let me jump over to our alternate view here. What? Oh no, what did I do? Get out of here. Oh God, my OBS is all screwed up now. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Oh God. Okay, get out of here, TikTok chat. Jesus Christ, everything's going horribly wrong. Give me a second. Okay, we're going to open that. Pull that up here. That track is not found. It may have been removed. I'm not sure what is happening there. Hey, Arezi, how's it going? I don't know, my friend. Yeah, if it's private, you might need to unprivate it, although I should be able to still get at it with just a link. SoundCloud about to get smacked. Yeah, sorry. We used to kind of accept things from everywhere, but now that we've got this whole like integrated queue,
wants feedback on their song.
Arezi, unfortunately, queue is closed. I got to get out of here in half an hour because we're going to be going over to Lost State recording on YouTube and doing do a little podcast interview with those guys for an hour or two, which should be a ton of fun. Both etudes. So much reverb. It's crazy. Refresh. Zoop. Hey, that's got it. All right, 1 second. Let me flip this back over. Zoop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. Give me, there we go.
Power and respect. I just keep the main thing the main thing. Most of these niggas, they gon' change when the game change. Most of these niggas, they ain't running in the same lane. Me and my brothers, we the same, we on the same page. I just keep the main thing the main thing.
Yes, it's not a perfect solution, but
I just keep the main thing the main thing. Power and respect that honesty cannot buy. I just keep the money on my mind like all the time, and all my time is dedicated to the grind. I'm either at my 9 to 5 or sell an ace of half of dimes. Then I'll probably make a sell before I hit my second job. See, I settle work and go to work or I survive. Still be in college, shit, them loans ain't never dry. See, I know the bursar office and them renters know they lied. Fucked up my credit, locked my doors, I slept outside. But I know, life goes on, I couldn't wallow in demise. I despise the type
I'm so sorry to interrupt. Did you just drop the lyric Bursar's Office?
of nigga that's gonna cry on
Did I hear that
crying,
correctly?
tweet online, get outside, but get outside and get fried, but end up minimized. We're trying to capitalize, but it's the system that we live in, and that's why my mind on dollar signs. I just keep the main thing the main thing. Most of these niggas, they gon' change when the game change. Most of these niggas, they ain't running in the same lane. Me and my brothers, we the same, we on the same page. I just keep the main thing the main thing. Mind on the power always on my mind. I just keep the main thing the main thing. Money and respect that honesty you cannot buy.
I like to keep the main thing the main thing. Fuck the material, I am not a slave to things. Could give a shit for a hater calling me out my name. My focus gaining the power so I can break some chains and change it up like coaches when niggas playing lame. Send my niggas in like, ayo, go get what's his name. Heard once power may shift, but does it really change? Think about it, greatest have died still in the same chains. Break change to bring change, the only way to gain. The power game, the blame game is all the same thing. So either way, I'm getting stronger every fucking day. Not a minority to get, I'm a gang of gang.
Bang the bus, that power lead stuff. I just keep the main thing the main thing. Most of these niggas, they gon' change when the game change. Most of these niggas, they ain't running in the same lane. Me and my brothers, we the same, we on the same page. I just keep the main thing the main thing. Don't respect is always on my mind. I just keep the main thing the main thing. Money and the power, honesty, you cannot buy.
Respect is given to a dog, but I work for mine. And you'll be labeled as a bitch, moving but no spine. Look out for women that's playing tricks all up on your mind. Because they say could be your sinner, gotta beat the minds. Gotta be more than wise or you'll be left mortified. Bitches be devious, the fact to come out with some lies. Might be about the size of how you black the fucking eye. Or how you fuck the best friend with them thick thighs. No, if I did, I'd probably stream that shit. Call me Kyle. Bitch, I'm Jalen Fish, one hearing all the fucking hate. When I lose, they celebrate. Quick to turn, no hesitate. Can't let it slide from my respect. Let them drop from my respect. From my respect. From my respect.
I just keep the main thing the main thing. Most of these niggas, they gon' change when the game change. Most of these niggas, they ain't running in the same lane. Me and my brothers, we the same, we on the same page. I just keep the main thing the main thing. Power and respect, yeah, it's always on my mind. I just keep the main thing the main thing. Power and respect, that honesty you cannot buy.
Honestly, man, this is really, really good. The vocals are mixed really well. They're really clean. It's a very old school vibe, which I love. It sounds nice. It's balanced. All the vocal performances are really nice. I love the concept of the tune. The song theme is based on the three virtues: money, power, respect, and how they can quickly become a vice. It's really, really cool sort of topic to build a track around, or an idea to build a track around. It's nice. My only thought, really feedback-wise, is like the spread vocals and some of the delay production stuff might be a little loud, and I might you could do more of like an almost telephone or radio effect on them. I think in a few spots would sound really cool, and just pull them back in the mix a little bit because there's a few moments where they're competing with the main vocals, but like all the vocalists are very mix-wise level. Like I said, the performances are all really good. The EQ feels great. Everything's really clear. I can hear every single word, but it doesn't feel like over compressed. Great job. Great job. I'm assuming it's like a beat you guys found. Correct me if I'm wrong. But even the beat, like the mix on the beat feels really, really well. You made it? Oh, great.
Think about it. Creators have died still in the same chains. Break change to bring change. The only way to get.
Sorry for assuming. I just, a lot of guys have just like YouTube beats, which is, a fine way to do it, but it's a great beat.
Power game, the blame game is aim. My focus gaining the power so I can break some chains and change it up like coaches when niggas playing lame.
I guess in that case, maybe a little more low end. Like I think you've got like a low kind of growly bass synth. Making that a little bit more subby could be nice. But like the kick is nice and present, snare's nice and present. The production's on point, man, across the board. Like the vocal mix is very impressive. It's really just like it's a good. All three voices are. I think it was 3 or 4 voices are. It's a stock, clean, pro level, classic hip hop mix. It sounds great. I just bring those like the backgrounds, those delays, kind of ad libs. Just bring them down a little bit, and maybe think of like a radio effect, bandpass filter kind of a thing. A little more sub on it, I think. Don't go crazy with like 808 stuff because that's not really the vibe here, I don't think. But just like a little more 80 hertz-ish area on the bass sound. But yeah, that's kind of all I got for you, man. It's really well done. It's clean. It's groovy. The lyrics are great. Another thought for you is just when writing a chorus, when writing a hook, I feel like the hook here, the kind of main game part might be a little wordy for a chorus. I usually kind of encourage like chorus. If you can get your chorus to one sentence or one phrase, like that's kind of ideal because it's easier for people to remember. But it's written well in that you always come back to that, right? Which is what you want for a chorus. But yeah, so I don't think you need to change anything here. I just, as you continue to write and do other stuff, the simpler you can make that hook, the more memorable it's going to be. 90% of the time. But yeah, overall, fantastic work, man. Really, really, really fantastic work. So yeah, that's all I got for you. It's great. It's really, really strong. But we're going to keep cooking here. I've got just a few minutes. I'm going to try to get through these 2 feedbacks in like 5 minutes if we can. Hey, Dooley, you know I adore you, friend. Would you be able to come back tomorrow for feedback? I have to jump and go get on this podcast that's supposed to start in 20 minutes. If you would be down to swing back by tomorrow, sure. Okay, thank you, man. I appreciate it. I'm just realizing I'm running behind on time here, and I need to like go pee and stuff. So, but we'll get Arthas Dubs in real quick here. And check that out for sure. And then we're gonna skedaddle. Thank you, Dooley. I really appreciate it. I'm just like looking at my clock in the background, like shit, I am kind of running out of time. But yeah, I'll be on tomorrow normal time, 2 p.m. Eastern US, and we will. I will absolutely check it out then. Okay, let me get that set up like that, and we should be good here. So Arthas Dub is going to close out the evening for us. Wait, what happened here? Hang on, I got to... Boom, there we go. damn. Hell of a way to end stream. Overall, great. Excellent sound design. Excellent like flow, evolution overall. It's a little short, but it works. I think in the back half, after the build and the drop, in this whole section, I'm missing some down here. I'm missing like 80 to 200 kind of area. I want some more thick, chesty low end. I feel like there's some ultra low, really clean sub down there, which feels even a little quiet, but more that like the richness of the low end. I'm kind of mixing. So sometimes you can get a little bit of that by adding a little bit of saturation. If you have like a low fundamental sine going on, you can add a little saturation to that to kind of pump it out and just make it a little richer and fuller, because it definitely feels a little hollow in this back half. Like there's real low, but there isn't anything in, that like chesty richness area, if you know what I mean. Other than that, it's fantastic. Your sound design is great. My other thought here is the mix overall is quite bright. Like it's right on the edge of being a little harsh, or like just a little bit too much on the brightness. So like here I'm just doing a real gentle shelf 3 dB, kind of like 2K and up. I wouldn't do that. I would just like go through and like look at all the elements in your mix and be like, is this maybe a little bit pokey? Is this maybe a little bit present up in like the 10K region? Because on my system, at least, it's translating. And sometimes another thing that's good to keep in mind when you're producing really heavy music like this and really sound designing music, if you are bouncing your track at the end of the day after you've been working on it for a while, this happens to me all the time, your ears are fatigued. And if the longer you work on it, you tend to push top end a lot more. And so if you finish, a 4-hour production or 6-hour production and mixing session of like really dialing it in, and then you go, oh, it's perfect, and you bounce it, it's almost always going to be too bright because your ears are fatigued, and all that, like the response curve of your ears changes. So I always recommend, especially if you're working on stuff like this, even if you're like, oh, it's done, it's finished, walk away from it for like 12 hours, go to sleep, let your ears rest from the cover, then come back and just double check your top end EQ. And you'll oftentimes find that like, oh shit, that's really bright. So just a little word of wisdom there for you. But it's not like, oh, it's bothering me or it's really, harsh. Hey, I mean, interesting. I've never tried that. That's very interesting. I'll have to try that sometime. But yeah, those would really just, that low fundamental in the back half, and then just overall kind of double checking if it's as bright as you want it to be, because it's like right on the edge of a little bit too much for me. But arrangement tops, sound design tops, choices tops. It's very, very cool, very, very vibey. So excellent work on that. And thank you very much for sharing. But on that note, I'm sorry to run so aggressively. But I am just gonna basically jump straight off here because I gotta go jump on with these guys and get technical stuff worked out before we get to it. That is exactly what I am going to do, because we're going to be live over there, I think, in 15 minutes. So here is the link. Yes, there's literally a timer on screen over here. I gotta go, kids. Okay. There is the link to the podcast. Come join me over there. We'll be live in 15 minutes. It should be a great time. Trey over at Lost State is a great dude, a friend of the stream for sure. But yeah, I got a jet. So thank you guys so much for hanging out. Amazing tracks today. Huge shout out to all the new followers, Discord members. I love it. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Thank you for the support. Have a great evening, night, morning, afternoon, whatever it is, wherever you're at. And we will see you tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central European time for a ton of production work. We got a ton of projects in this week, so it'll be a good time. We'll see you guys then. Bye.